Chapter 548. This made many people a little disgusted with the deputy pavilion lord. Anyone with profound attainments in Buddhism knew what this vision represented. Even if Shaoyang could deceive people, would Buddhism deceive people? It was true. They secretly despised the deputy pavilion lord. After a while, the Buddha's light on Shaoyang's body slowly dissipated. The mountains, ancient pagodas, ancient bells, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. Shaoyang smiled and walked towards Pavilion Lord Buddha. He also saw Elder Buddha and the others, as well as many disciples of the Buddha Pavilion. The disciples of the Buddha Pavilion had an indescribable temperament and were easy to recognize. Why are you all here?" Shaoyang was dumbfounded. Originally, there were only a few people here. He also wanted to have some peace and quiet. He planned to finish his work and leave. He never thought that so many people would come in such a short time. What were they doing here? "Greetings, great deity." Elder Buddha gave Shaoyang a noble salute, and the other disciples did the same. Instead of saying that they were greeting Shaoyang, it was better to say that they were greeting Buddhism and monks. They were also greeting their hearts. "You can't do this. I didn't do anything." Shaoyang asked them to rise and explained with a frown. He was not a complicated person. The reason why he came was entirely because of Pavilion Lord Buddha's invitation. He never thought of making a big contribution. Pavilion Lord Buddha chuckled and looked at Shaoyang with gratification. "Haha, Shaoyang, accept this gift. When you were comprehending the ancient bell scripture, you released countless Buddha's light and created a great vision, which attracted them. You have a destiny with Buddhism. Why don't you also join my Buddha Pavilion?" He remembered that when he invited Shaoyang in the Pine Hall, he only wanted to add another talent to the Buddha Pavilion and didn't see Shaoyang's talent in Buddhism. However, it was different this time. Shaoyang's talent in Buddhism was simply unparalleled. Even Danwu Hua's might not be able to match him. This kind of talent, of course, must be grasped in the hands. Although Shaoyang was the direct disciple of the sect master, it did not prevent Shaoyang from working part-time in the Buddha Pavilion. Shaoyang refused with a smile. "I don't know that I have an affinity with Buddha. Besides, if I really do have an affinity with Buddha, then regardless of whether I enter the Buddhist Pavilion or not, I am still a Buddhist person. Let's not talk about this anymore." Pavilion Lord Buddha, Elder Buddha, and the others all felt that it was a pity, but they couldn't force others. This kind of thing still depended on fate. Once the opportunity was ripe, he would naturally come. Seeing so many people chasing after Shaoyang, Wu Hua felt uncomfortable in his heart. He smiled and said, "Shaoyang, this time the main purpose of coming here is to restore the scripture. You see, it's time to hand it over, right?" Pavilion Lord Buddha narrowed his eyes at Shaoyang. As long as Shaoyang didn't hand over the scripture, then everyone's respect and worship for Shaoyang would disappear in an instant. Shaoyang took out a jade slip from his body and handed it to Pavilion Lord Buddha. He calmly said, "The ancient bell scripture is incomplete, so I have supplemented it. Take a look." Pavilion Lord Buddha became even more excited. He knew that Shaoyang could definitely do it. He couldn't wait to take the jade slip from Shaoyang's hand and read it. At the same time, he also took out the records of the predecessors and kept comparing them. In the first half of the scripture, Shaoyang's record was exactly the same as the one recorded by the predecessors. It was even the same as the one recorded by Wu Hua. From this, it could be determined that the first half of Shaoyang's record was true. As for the latter half of the scripture, because there was no predecessor to compare with, one could only rely on one's own judgment. He kept reading and pondering. The more he pondered, the better he felt it was. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that the latter half of the scripture was true. He became more excited, and his breathing became heavier. This scripture was actually recorded perfectly. It's amazing. Shaoyang, thank you so much. Pavilion Lord Buddha was extremely excited. He held the jade slip with both hands, protecting it for fear that it would break. This is impossible, right? We all know how difficult it is to perfect a scripture. It's as difficult as creating a Buddhist doctrine. The deputy pavilion lord was somewhat doubtful and had a different opinion. Take a look too. Later, I will make this Buddhist doctrine public. Pavilion Lord Buddha rebranded the scripture and then handed it to the deputy pavilion lord. After hearing Pavilion Lord Buddha's affirmation of Shaoyang, Elder Buddha, and the other disciples of the Buddha pavilion were all shocked. They admired and worshipped Shaoyang even more. He's really young and promising. The student has surpassed the master. Elder Buddha praised. The other disciples of the Buddha pavilion also agreed. When they looked at Shaoyang, their eyes lit up. Shaoyang couldn't stand their gazes. He looked at Pavilion Lord Buddha and chuckled. Since it's done, I'll be leaving. Pavilion Lord Buddha immediately stopped Shaoyang and said, Don't. How about this? I'll set up a banquet and invite you as a celebration. How about that? No, it's not a big deal. I didn't do anything. Besides, I took your sarira. Shaoyang declined tactfully. He couldn't wait to leave this place. If he continued to stay, those disciples of the Buddha pavilion would probably eat him up. Looking at their worshipful gazes, he couldn't bear it. All right, you go first. I'll send you an invitation later as a celebration for you. If you're free, come. If not, forget it. Shaoyang, you really don't know how great your contribution is. Perfecting the Buddhist scripture is a huge contribution to the Buddha pavilion and the many people who believe in Buddhism. Pavilion Lord Buddha tried to persuade Shaoyang. In the end, he couldn't persuade Shaoyang and could only let Shaoyang go. Farewell, Bada. Elder Buddha and the others once again bowed to Shaoyang's back. After Shaoyang left, Pavilion Lord Buddha looked at Elder Buddha and the others and said, I've just said that I want to invite Shaoyang to a banquet to express my gratitude. Elder Buddha, you handle this matter personally. It's best if you invite Shaoyang. I'll personally accompany him to the banquet. Yes, the Buddha Pavilion elder agreed. This made Pavilion Lord Buddha, Wu Hua, and the others look very ugly. After leaving, Shaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within a few breaths, he had already returned to the sect master's peak. The two women were cultivating peacefully, so he didn't disturb them. Poison sect master was planting flowers and plants in the courtyard. When he sensed that Shaoyang had returned, he didn't turn his head. He still maintained the posture of watering the flowers and said softly, You're back! Yes, I'm back. Shaoyang responded. This time he had completed Pavilion Lord Buddha's task perfectly. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Pavilion Lord Buddha really gave the sarira to you? He's really generous. Poison sect master sighed. Back then, when he personally asked for it, Pavilion Lord Buddha refused to give it to him. He really couldn't believe that he gave it to Shaoyang just like that. Chapter 549. Shaoyang chuckled and took out the sarira. After injecting his cultivation, the sarira glowed faintly. Scriptures could be vaguely seen flowing on it. He said calmly, Yes, he gave it to me. I helped him perfect the Surangama Sutra, which is the scripture recorded on the ancient bell. He also said that he wanted to invite me to dinner. He was a little proud. Presumably, Master would also be proud of him. The poison sect master chuckled and put down the basin in his hand. He turned to look at Shaoyang and said, Yes, well done. As expected of my disciple. I am proud of you. Shaoyang also smiled. Brother Shaoyang. Someone outside called out to Shaoyang. From the voice, one could tell that it was Elder Fo. Go! Don't disturb me from watering the flowers. The poison sect head instructed. Shaoyang ran out and went outside the courtyard. Elder Fo, why are you here? Shaoyang asked. Normally, the elder should be in seclusion to comprehend the scripture, because when Shaoyang came out of the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm, he brought out the scripture that the elder needed. The elder of the Buddha Pavilion explained with a smile, It's all because of you. You have restored the Surangama Sutra and are now in a high position. So, on behalf of the Buddha Pavilion, I invited you to have a meal. Since we have nothing to do, let's eat together. Xiaoyang had a good relationship with Elder Fo, so he couldn't refuse. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian stopped cultivating at some point and came over. After listening to their discussion, they couldn't wait to ask, "Where are we going to eat? What's good to eat?" They had never been averse to food. Elder Fo immediately had an idea and said to the two girls, "There are many delicious things, such as some spirit tea, spirit wine, and many dishes rich in spirit energy. As long as you eat, you don't need to cultivate. Your cultivation will increase by itself." "Wow, that's great. Cousin, I want to go." "I don't care." Lan Jiaoye acted coquettishly to Xiaoyang. Gu Qianqian also showed a yearning expression. She couldn't wait to taste it. Xiaoyang felt helpless about this. At this time, the pavilion elder also interjected. "Why don't we go together? This restaurant is at the foot of the mountain. It's our pavilion's property." "All right." Xiaoyang had no choice but to agree. Since the other party had already said so much, and the person was already here, he couldn't possibly refuse. The group of 4 went down the mountain. After leaving the sect master's peak, Elder Buddha said, "Brother Xiaoyang, that restaurant is called the Vegetarian Restaurant. I will inform the pavilion master now. He said that he will accompany you personally." Xiaoyang nodded and watched Elder Fo leave. "Vegetarian? I think I've heard of this name before. The food inside should be delicious." Lan Jiaoye said. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, "That's a must. Didn't you hear that the food can improve one's cultivation?" The 3 of them chatted as they walked. It didn't take long for them to reach the foot of the mountain. Because the sect's headquarters was located here, there were many people at the foot of the mountain. It was quite prosperous. The vegetarian restaurant was also very famous. After arriving at this place, anyone would know how to ask for directions. Xiaoyang's group of 3 quickly found the location of the vegetarian restaurant. It was a restaurant that was very plainly decorated. The so-called plainness was only because it looked plain. In fact, the cost of the construction of the restaurant was at least a few thousand spirit stones. Not to mention the facade, the tables, chairs, and other items inside were all made of special materials. Therefore, even though it looked plain, in fact, those who could afford to spend money inside were either rich or respectable. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to enter this place, not even the ordinary disciples of the poison sect. However, when Xiaoyang's group was about to enter the restaurant, they were stopped by someone. "Stop! You can't enter this place." The waiter at the entrance took a step forward and reached out his hand to stop Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian from entering. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Although he was just a waiter, his attitude was like that of an emperor descending to the world. It was so lofty that it caused others to feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. "Hey, why are you like this? Isn't this the vegetarian restaurant? We're just here to eat?" Lan Jiaoye's expression revealed her annoyance. Her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she questioned the waiter. They were originally invited by the Buddhist pavilion, but now they were being stopped at the entrance. No matter who it was, they would definitely feel resentful. Plus, Xiaoyang didn't want to come in the beginning. It was only because of Elder Isin's request that he gave them face. Keep in mind that Elder Isin represented the entire Buddhist pavilion, so what was the meaning of stopping them now? "I'm telling you, you better get out of the way. We are invited guests. If you don't have eyes, you'll have to bear the consequences. At that time, you'll have a good time." Gu Qianqian yelled at them with a cold expression. Looking at the 2 women's expressions, the waiter really couldn't take it anymore. If he really offended the invited guests, he really would have to bear the consequences. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Wait a moment, I'll go ask for instructions." He jogged away and quickly went up to the 2nd floor, entering a private room. In the private room, the Buddhist pavilion's assistant pavilion master, Wu Hua, and a few other disciples were drinking and eating. Wu Hua furrowed his brows, his expression revealing his annoyance. He put down the cup in his hand and glanced unhappily at the waiter who came in. He said coldly, "What's the matter? Do you have to barge in? Don't you know we're eating?" The vegetarian restaurant's housemaster was the highest manager of the vegetarian restaurant. After hearing this, he also stared at the waiter with dissatisfaction. He was just thinking of currying favor with Wu Hua and the assistant pavilion master. How could this waiter be so insensible? Wasn't this ruining his good fortune? "What's the matter?" he said majestically. Although the housemaster was the highest manager here, he was only at the business level. In the Buddhist pavilion, he was only an external aid figure, so he had to curry favor with Wu Hua and the assistant pavilion master. In the end, he still had to listen to the orders of the Buddhist pavilion. The waiter only felt that his forehead was covered in sweat, and the clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. Now that he had come in, he could only brace himself and explain. He secretly thought that if the 3 people at the door were deceiving him, he would definitely teach them a lesson later. "Housemaster, senior brother Wu Hua, assistant pavilion master, there are 3 people outside the door, 2 women and 1 man. They said they were invited guests. I don't dare to offend them, so I specially came to ask." The waiter boldly said if he had a choice, he would definitely not risk his life to come here. He couldn't afford to offend anyone here. Smack! Wu Hua slammed his palm on the table, making a thumping sound. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his body released a cold, murderous aura. He stared at the waiter as if he was looking at a dead person. Chapter 550. He was in a bad mood to begin with. Back at Buddha Mountain, Xiaoyang had overshadowed him and snatched away the Saraira that originally belonged to him. In his gloomy and irritated mood, he thought of this and decided to come to the vegetarian restaurant to relieve his mood. In addition, the vice pavilion master was also coming, so he booked the entire place and refused all guests. In this regard, the head of the vegetarian temple naturally did not dare to have any objections. In terms of seniority in the Buddha pavilion, he could not even compare to Wu Hua's thumb, let alone a big shot like the deputy pavilion master. The vegetarian restaurant master knew that Wu Hua was angry and took the initiative to vent his anger on the waiter. "Good for nothing. Can't you see that we've refused all guests? How do you do things? Hurry up and slap yourself 10 times to apologize." He planned to protect the waiter. After all, the waiter had followed him for many years and could be considered a trusted aide. It would be too much of a pity if he was killed by Wu Hua. When Wu Hua angrily slammed the table, the waiter was so frightened that his legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. His face was pale. He was only a 2nd or 3rd level martial master cultivator. How could he withstand the pressure of a 4th level martial ancestor? He almost couldn't breathe. In that instant, he felt like he was on the brink of death. It was as if the other party could kill him with a single glance. It was truly too terrifying. Fortunately, the vegetarian restaurant master had spoken. Otherwise, the waiter wouldn't have been able to walk out of the private room. To Wu Hua, Pavilion Master FO, and the others, killing someone wasn't a problem. They had the poison sect behind them, and their businesses were large. Why would they be afraid of anyone? Yes. This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one won't dare do it again. Thank you, Senior Brother Wu Hua, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Vegetarian Restaurant Master. The waiter's face was pale. As he spoke with a sobbing tone, he slapped himself hard in the face. Even the corners of his mouth were bleeding. The pain was naturally intense, but he could only forcefully endure it. He knew very well that the vegetarian restaurant master's actions were to save him. If he didn't know how to cherish this opportunity, only death would await him. Thus, no matter how great the pain and humiliation were, he could only endure it and didn't dare to complain. After the 10 slaps, he hurriedly took his leave. He cupped his hands in salute and hurriedly left the room. He didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief until the door to the private room was closed. That was really a close shave. It was too terrifying. He swore that he would never provoke such a terrifying existence again. He stretched out his hand and touched his aching cheek. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was really painful. Just now, under the threat of death, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of abnormality, let alone show the slightest bit of emotion. Now that the threat was gone, after relaxing, he realized that this pain went straight to the bottom of his heart. His cheeks were already swollen. Half of his face was red, while the other half was purple. Not only was it ugly, it was also burning hot. Putting aside the injuries and pain on his body, the trauma to his heart was indeed indelible, especially when his good impression of himself was destroyed in front of the vegetarian restaurant master, Senior Brother Wu Hua, the vice pavilion master, and the others. This was what he hated. He had worked diligently and earnestly all his life, struggling for so many years before he finally obtained the appreciation of the vegetarian restaurant master. It was also with great difficulty that he finally had the opportunity to come into contact with Senior Brother Wu Hua and the vice pavilion master. In the end, because of 3 guests at the door, his hard-earned image was ruined. This made the hatred in his heart reach an unparalleled degree. For a small figure like him at the bottom, it wasn't easy to climb up step by step. It wasn't easy for him to climb to this point, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to take another step forward. However, it was ruined by those thieves who lied about inviting him. This ruined his future and hope. So how could he be willing to accept this? Moreover, this matter would definitely end here. Who knew if the vegetarian restaurant master would make a fuss about it? Perhaps Senior Brother Wu Hua's followers would secretly kill him. Thinking up to this point, the waiter panicked. "It's all your fault, despicable bastards. You actually dared to lie about being invited by Senior Brother Wu Hua, causing me to lose everything. I will make you pay with your lives." The waiter's expression became ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot as he transferred all of his hatred to Xiao Yang's group. He strode away and went downstairs, preparing to settle the score with Xiao Yang's group. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's group, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? After going down to the first floor, he saw Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian still waiting in the same place. The waiter immediately became angry. "Bastards, you 3 damn liars, daring to trick me like this. Do I have a grudge against you? Die." He didn't say anything else and directly attacked Xiao Yang's group. His cultivation as a 3rd stage martial master erupted. A powerful aura soared into the sky. After using a martial skill, he directly attacked Xiao Yang's group. Looking with the naked eye, one could see a 10-zhong-long ray of light sweeping towards Xiao Yang's group. It was filled with intense killing intent and hostility. This made Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian frown. What was this situation? What was wrong with this waiter? Why was he so angry? He even tried to kill them as soon as he saw them. Really, did he know how to be a human? The 3 of them were very depressed and a little confused. Heavens, they were only invited. When did they become liars? Moreover, even if they weren't invited, they shouldn't be treated like this. The vegetarian restaurant's people were already shouting to kill them. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Impudent. You dare. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian saw that the waiter had attacked them without saying anything. Anger rose in their hearts. Their cold faces were filled with anger. They were both 2nd and 3rd stage martial ancestor realm experts. If they really wanted to fight, even 10 of the waiter wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Not to mention, there was Xiao Yang, a 6th stage martial ancestor realm expert beside them. Even the assistant pavilion master had to be wary. Just as the waiter's martial skill light was about to attack the 3 of them, Xiao Yang released his terrifying cultivation aura and directly suppressed the waiter. Then he grabbed out with one hand and directly crushed the waiter's martial skill light. The difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was too great. There was no comparison at all. "Do you want to die?" Xiao Yang asked indifferently. He grabbed out with one hand and a terrifying force swept out. It enveloped the waiter's body, and immediately pulled him over. The waiter's neck was grabbed by Xiaoyang and lifted by Xiaoyang with one hand. He only felt extreme pain and even found it difficult to breathe. He faintly felt like he was about to suffocate. Chapter 551. He sensed an even more terrifying aura from Xiaoyang's body. This aura was at least 10 times stronger than Wu Hua's. Even more terrified, he clawed wildly with both hands like a drowning man trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. However, Xiaoyang lifted him up with one hand. He couldn't grab anything and could only groan in pain. His face gradually paled and his eyes were bloodshot. Even his struggles grew weaker. In Xiaoyang's hands, he could only seek death. Of course, Xiaoyang wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, given the difference in strength between them, he could kill the man with a single glance. "Speak, what's going on?" Xiaoyang let go of the waiter and threw the half-dead waiter onto the ground. His face was filled with impatience. Judging from the waiter's bruised nose and swollen face, he must have suffered some sort of grievance or humiliation. Otherwise, why would he come back and flip out after reporting? He must have gone through something unusual. Logically speaking, the waiter shouldn't have been treated so miserably. No matter what, Xiaoyang was invited by the entire Buddha pavilion. Even the pavilion lord was respectful to Xiaoyang. Who else would dare to make things difficult for Xiaoyang and embarrass Xiaoyang? If the pavilion lord wasn't wrong, this entire vegetarian restaurant belonged to the Buddha pavilion. Xiaoyang really didn't know what the Buddha pavilion was up to. On one hand, they'd invited him sincerely, but on the other, they'd intercepted and attacked him. Were they going back on their word? After all, if it wasn't for their sincerity, Xiaoyang would never have come here. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Lan Jiaoye glared at the waiter with her almond eyes and questioned him angrily. If he wasn't looking for the truth, he would have strangled the waiter to death. In the poison sect, they'd always been the ones giving others a hard time. Since when did others dare to give them a hard time? Were they tired of living? If you don't speak, I'll kill you. Then we'll go in and ask for answers ourselves. You can't possibly invite us here and then give us the cold shoulder. What do you take us for? Gu Qianqian said angrily. Anyone would be angry to be looked down upon like this. The waiter was terrified. He secretly regretted his impulsiveness earlier. Those 3 fellows possessed such terrifying cultivation bases. One glance was enough to tell that they were not ordinary cultivators. He had been here for so many years and had long since developed a pair of discerning eyes. How could he be blinded by a moment of rage? He didn't have time to think. Under the threat of death, he could only explain in fear, Don't do it. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. I'm innocent." This vegetarian restaurant had already been booked by someone before the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and all guests were rejected. You said that you were invited here, so I went to ask for instructions. In the end, I angered them. They also said that they didn't invite anyone. So if you aren't fakes, what else can you be? The waiter said with an aggrieved expression. He felt that he had truly suffered an undeserved calamity today. No matter how he looked at it, Xiaoyang's group didn't seem like people who would lie. However, Senior Brother Wu Hua and the others wouldn't lie either. Could there be some misunderstanding? This made the waiter feel very sullen. How could he encounter such an innocent situation? At this moment, he really wanted to cry. What's the meaning of this Buddhist pavilion? Could it be that they didn't reject the guests to invite us? What's going on? Lan Jiaoye felt very unhappy. When they were invited, the Buddhist pavilion's elders spoke so beautifully. In the end, when they arrived, they were treated so coldly. She was really drunk. Besides, we're not that noble. Even if they invited us, there's no need to reject the other guests. Sharing with others is the best thing to do. Lan Jiaoye continued to complain. She was no longer in the mood to continue eating here. She glanced at Xiaoyang and calmly said, "Cousin, let's go. Anyway, this place doesn't welcome us. I think the Buddhist pavilion is just doing one thing and saying another." From these words, It could be heard that she was deeply disgusted with the Buddhist pavilion. Gu Qianqian curled her lips. She was also dissatisfied with the vegetarian pavilion style. She didn't think much about it and said disappointedly, "Brother Xiaoyang, let's go. Otherwise, others will think that we can't wait to stay here. We don't care about this place." If it weren't for the Buddhist pavilion's elders trying to please them, they naturally wouldn't come here. The reason they came here was to give the Buddhist pavilion some face. However, what kind of blunder was this? It really ruined their mood. The two girls held Xiaoyang's hand and half-acted, coquettishly led Xiaoyang away. Since they had already gone down the mountain, they might as well go somewhere else to play. It was normal for girls to want to play. Anyway, with Xiaoyang accompanying them, they weren't afraid of anything happening. You're leaving just like that?" The waiter looked at the three, who were about to leave, and couldn't believe it. He widened his eyes and revealed a dumbfounded expression. Because of these three people, he was almost killed by senior brother Wu Hua. Because of these three people, he also almost died in the hands of Xiaoyang. Now he was suffering from torture and destruction from both sides. No one had come to comfort him yet, but these three culprits were planning to leave just like that? He was a bit in disbelief and also a bit unwilling. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid in his heart. These three people were like evil stars. He didn't dare to provoke them. If they didn't show mercy, he would have been killed by them. His heart was in a panic. "What? You still want to play?" Xiaoyang stood still, turned around, and glanced at the waiter. The waiter was so scared that his body trembled. He hurriedly closed his mouth and covered it with his hands. He looked terrified. He couldn't wait for Xiaoyang and the others to leave quickly so that they wouldn't continue to cause trouble for him here. He was a bit regretful that he asked too much just now. Wasn't this deliberately courting death? No. Respectfully send the three guests off. The waiter's lips trembled as he spoke. He was a bit stuttering. He forced a smile on his face and hurriedly spoke respectfully with an attitude of sending off the plague. He was afraid that if they stayed, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiaoyang and the others walked out of the door and just happened to see Elder Fo walking over. Originally, they were walking with Elder Fo, but halfway through, Elder Fo left, saying that he was going to inform Pavilion Master Fo so that Pavilion Master Fo could personally accompany them. It could be seen how much importance he attached to Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang and the others' encounter was very cold. Therefore, their attitude towards Elder Fo was a bit subtle. They weren't as familiar as before. Instead, they were somewhat distant and indifferent. "Ah, Brother Xiaoyang, where are you going? Didn't you say that you were coming to the vegetarian restaurant to eat?" Chapter 552. Elder Buddha didn't know what had happened to Xiaoyang's group, so he couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiaoyang's group walking out of the vegetarian restaurant. They couldn't have eaten and left in such a short time. They definitely hadn't eaten yet. Xiaoyang's expression was a little ugly. He kept silent and didn't say anything. He was giving Elder Buddha some face. If it were someone else, he would have exploded. How dare they use such a method to trick people? Did they have any conscience? Elder Buddha's heart skipped a beat when he noticed a change in Xiaoyang's expression and that faint sense of indifference and alienation. He had a bad feeling, and even cold sweat began to drip down. When he invited Xiaoyang over, he made a promise in front of Pavilion Lord Buddha. He even went to inform Pavilion Lord Buddha personally. Pavilion Lord Buddha would arrive a little later. If Pavilion Lord Buddha didn't see Xiaoyang when he arrived, he would definitely take it out on Elder Buddha. Elder Buddha couldn't take it. That wasn't the main point. The main point was his friendship with Xiaoyang. It wasn't easy to establish a friendship, and he didn't want it to disappear just like that. Elder Buddha had known Xiaoyang since he killed Yao Ruoemo. After that, they interacted in Flame City and Chaos City. Their friendship gradually deepened, and it was normal for them to joke around with each other. However, what exactly happened that caused Xiaoyang to treat him like this? Elder Buddha couldn't sleep or eat well. He could only frown and ask carefully, "Brother Xiaoyang, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoyang was someone he wanted to curry favor with. Even the entire Buddha pavilion wanted to curry favor with. His potential was unquestionable. It couldn't be better to be friends with Xiaoyang. However, even if they couldn't be friends, at least they couldn't be enemies. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't say anything, Elder Fo's head started to ache. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. These two girls also didn't give him a good look. Don't look at how the two girls were laughing and joking around on the sect master's peak. After experiencing this kind of teasing, no one would be in a good mood. Lan Jiaoye indifferently glanced at Elder Fo. Her temperament was as cold as ice, and her face was as cold as ice. With an emotionless appearance, she nonchalantly said, "Elder Fo, you are intentionally toying with us, treating us like monkeys, right?" There was no better explanation than the whole reason. This person was invited by the Buddha Pavilion's elder on behalf of the Buddha Pavilion. The vegetarian restaurant also belonged to the Buddha Pavilion. The employees of the vegetarian restaurant were also under the management of the Buddha Pavilion. In the end, they were rejected by the vegetarian restaurant. Was this how they treated their guests? Even if it was the Buddha Pavilion elder, he would probably explode on the spot. "Jiaoye, what do you mean by this? Why can't I understand?" The Buddha Pavilion elder's face was filled with confusion. In fact, he really didn't know anything. He had only left halfway to invite the Buddha Pavilion elder. Now he had hurried over. How could he have known that the three people who were smiling at him before were now so cold? Heavens, he felt that he was extremely unlucky today. Gu Qianshan curled her lips. Her expression was somewhat impatient. She indifferently glanced at the other party and softly said, "Elder Fo, don't pretend anymore. You painstakingly invited us over, but in the end, you don't allow us to enter the vegetarian restaurant. You even rejected all the guests. If this isn't toying with us, then what is? We would like to hear a better explanation." She angrily glared at the Buddha Pavilion elder with one hand on her waist. She hated this kind of person the most. It was clearly his own doing, but now he refused to admit it. Instead, he pretended to be stupid. Did he really think that she was easy to bully? Would he believe that she would directly hang him up and give him a beating? What? When the Buddha Pavilion elder heard this explanation, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and open his mouth in disbelief. The heavens took pity on him. He had painstakingly invited Xiaoyang over. How could he possibly refuse Xiaoyang a meal? Impossible. He repeatedly denied, his voice raised several notches. He really didn't know. He couldn't wait to curry favor with Xiaoyang. How could he drive him out? Wasn't this deliberately wronging people? The Buddha Pavilion elder felt wronged in his heart. His thoughts were so pure and sincere. Anyone could see it. How could they misunderstand him? "Brother Xiaoyang, there must be some misunderstanding. He sincerely invited you over. The pavilion elder will be here soon. This is a serious matter. I can't possibly refuse you a meal." The Buddha Pavilion elder hurriedly defended himself. Otherwise, if the misunderstanding really deepened, then he would be finished. The pavilion elder would also skin him alive. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Xiaoyang looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with doubt. The Buddha Pavilion elder's expression was too realistic. It didn't seem like he was lying. Could there really be a misunderstanding? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether it's a misunderstanding or not. I'm not in the mood to eat now. Let's go. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and sighed. He clasped his fist at the Buddha Pavilion elder and prepared to leave with the two girls. So what if it was a misunderstanding? So what if the misunderstanding was solved? How could a ruined mood be so easily recovered? This kind of thing should be investigated by themselves. He was too lazy to interfere. No, no, no. Brother Xiaoyang, wait. The Buddha Pavilion elder saw that the three of them were about to leave and immediately became anxious. He hurriedly chased after them and reached out his hand to stop them. He was so anxious that his face and eyes were red. If this misunderstanding couldn't be solved, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. This involved his friendship with Xiaoyang and the friendship between the Buddha Pavilion and Xiaoyang. If this misunderstanding continued, he was afraid that the Buddha Pavilion wouldn't be able to invite Xiaoyang in the future. That would be a great loss. Therefore, no matter what, the Buddha Pavilion elder couldn't easily let Xiaoyang leave. What he needed now was innocence. He urgently wanted to solve the misunderstanding. Brother Xiaoyang, this is really a misunderstanding. Give me some time. I will definitely explain it to you, the Buddha Pavilion elder anxiously said. His breathing became more rapid. It wasn't easy to invite Xiaoyang over, but the result was that Xiaoyang's misunderstanding deepened and he left. The loss outweighed the gain. Which bastard was causing trouble inside? The Buddha Pavilion elder had a belly full of anger. He couldn't wait to rush in and question the vegetarian pavilion master so that he could give an explanation. It wasn't easy for him to invite a person, not to mention that the pavilion master would be here soon. The pavilion master had such high hopes for him. He couldn't let him down. Hey, smelly old man, what do you mean by this? We can't leave even if we want to, right? Chapter 5:53. Lan Jiaoye grumbled. Her complaint was extremely strong, and her delicate face was full of dissatisfaction. She came here and was refused entry. Now, she was also refused entry when she wanted to leave. When did the Buddha Pavilion become so overbearing? Did they want to imprison people? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Gu Qianqian snorted coldly. She activated her cultivation and her aura exploded. She raised her hand and condensed the power of cultivation in her palm. She stared at the Buddha Pavilion and snorted. Old man, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Not only did you not let people in, but now you don't let them leave. No one in the world can be more overbearing and shameless than the Buddha Pavilion. She was really angry. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so angry. The Buddha Pavilion was even more anxious. He was like an ant on a hot pan. He was so anxious that he couldn't do anything. His brows were almost twisted into a line. My God, what kind of dog shit did I step on today? Why am I so unlucky? They are deliberately making things difficult for me. The Buddha Pavilion didn't know what to do. He paced back and forth in place. His breathing was a little chaotic. He was afraid of deepening the conflict between them. So he could only lick his lips and carefully explain, Brother Xiaoyang, don't be impulsive. Of course, you can leave. You can leave at any time, and you can enter the vegetarian pavilion at any time. If any bastard doesn't let you in, I will fight him to the death. He patted his chest and revealed a ferocious expression. He made an extremely serious promise. Brother Xiaoyang, give me a chance to prove my innocence. I am innocent. The Buddha Pavilion elder begged Xiaoyang. His posture was very low and humble. He wanted nothing more than to kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. Even if you kill me, I won't let you go. I won't die in peace. I don't want to be the scapegoat. If there is a misunderstanding, of course, it has to be resolved. I don't want to ruin our friendship. Brother Xiaoyang, please give me a chance. The Buddha Pavilion said with a sincere face. From his expression, it could be seen that the other party was sincere and didn't lie. If this was really a misunderstanding, he would not be able to forgive himself for making things difficult for the Buddha Pavilion elder. Xiaoyang frowned and said impatiently, Then we'll believe you this time. After encountering such a situation, it would be strange if he was still in a good mood. His original good mood had been completely destroyed. All right, thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, how about we move to the vegetarian restaurant? Elder F.O. also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaoyang had let go. This meant that there was a chance to resolve the misunderstanding, and it also meant that there was a possibility for them to reconcile. This matter happened at the vegetarian restaurant. Now that they were heading to the vegetarian restaurant, the misunderstanding could be easily resolved. Xiaoyang was very conflicted in his heart. He had just been chased out, and now he had to go back in. What did he take him for? Even Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan were quite dissatisfied and conflicted. They were not so casual that they could come and go as they pleased. How could they not have any temper? But seeing that Elder Fo was so anxious that he was about to cry, he had to bear with it. Right now, the person who was most anxious to resolve the misunderstanding was none other than Elder Fo. Let's go. Xiao Yang endured the discomfort in his heart and spoke softly. He led the two women back into the vegetarian restaurant. The waiter had just stabilized his injuries and was about to stand guard at the door so that the other customers would not disturb the vegetarian restaurant master, Wu Hua, and deputy pavilion master's meal. In the end, just as he walked to the door, he saw Xiao Yang and the other two return. They looked like they were going to enter the vegetarian restaurant again. He suddenly had a headache, and his face was full of fear. He licked his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His expression was very rich. Should he welcome them with a smile, or should he awkwardly reject them? In his heart, he was thinking, didn't they already leave? Why did they turn back? They are really drunk. They are deliberately playing with me to death. 304 Hello. Our restaurant has been booked. We are currently rejecting all customers. The waiter looked at Xiao Yang and the other three and forced out a smile. His smile was uglier than crying. He had just been taught a lesson by Xiao Yang and the other two, and knew that he was no match for Xiao Yang. Now he did not dare to talk back unless he was tired of living. Moreover, he also saw clearly that this time, not only did the three of them come, but they also brought an additional person. Looking at that person, he felt that he was a little familiar. After looking at him for a while, the waiter immediately recognized him. Damn, isn't this the pavilion elder of the Buddhist pavilion? Why is he here too? This was going to be big trouble. The waiter only felt his scalp go numb. This vegetarian restaurant belonged to the Buddhist pavilion. Even the vegetarian restaurant master had to listen to the orders of the pavilion elder. If he wanted to come in and eat, no one could stop him at all, unless he could get the deputy pavilion master in the private room. Pavilion elder, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome warmly. The waiter hurriedly changed his words. He had no choice but to do so. Since he had already recognized the other party's identity, he could not pretend to be stupid. If he did not have the ability to recognize the other party, he would definitely be killed. Humph, you're just a mere waiter. Who gave you the guts to refuse my invitation? The pavilion elder stared coldly at the waiter. His face was unfriendly and even released a murderous intent. Just now, Xiao Yang had almost misunderstood him. If he had not come quickly, he would not have the chance to clear this misunderstanding in his lifetime. It was all this damned waiter's fault. Damn it, it was not easy for me to invite a distinguished guest. But because of you, a conflict between the guest and the host almost broke out. No wonder the pavilion elder wanted to kill him. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to clarify the matter, he would have slapped the waiter into meat paste. The waiter's legs turned to jelly. He was terrified and uneasy. Not knowing what to do, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at the pavilion elder. He was so anxious that he almost cried. My God! I actually rejected the pavilion elder's distinguished guest. This is completely offending the pavilion elder. What was going on? Offending people one after another. He was really unlucky. He roared in his heart and even had the thought of dying. The pavilion elder's identity was supreme in the Buddha pavilion. He was just below the deputy pavilion master. A person of this level could enter and leave the vegetarian temple at will. Even the invited guests also had this qualification. This was why the deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua could casually bring in a few ordinary disciples of the Buddha pavilion. Things had come to this point. If he did not expose the deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua, then he would only have a dead end. Perhaps the deputy pavilion master could save his life. The waiter thought of many things in a short period of time, and his expression changed very quickly. There was panic and hesitation, but there was also calmness and calmness. Then there was determination, as if he had made an important decision. He had decided to come clean and not take responsibility for it himself. Chapter 554. Elder of the Buddha Pavilion, you can't blame me for this. The Deputy Pavilion Master, Senior Brother Wu Hua, and several disciples of the Buddha Pavilion have booked the whole place. That's why we refused all guests. I'm just a lackey who follows orders. Please be magnanimous and treat me as a fart. Let me go. I beg you, I'm really innocent. If I knew these three were your distinguished guests, I wouldn't have dared to do this, even if you beat me to death. If you invited these three people, I wouldn't have dared to kill you. The waiter hurriedly explained while crying. He completely exposed the Vice Pavilion Master and Wu Hua. Then he knelt on the ground and begged Elder Buddha with a look of regret. Cut off one of your arms as punishment. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Elder Buddha said coldly with a cruel gaze. If it weren't for the fact that they were all disciples of the Buddha Pavilion, he would have killed the waiter. The waiter's previous actions had almost caused him a great disaster. Cutting off one of his arms was already a light punishment. Yes. I'll cut off one of my arms. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Buddha Pavilion. Thank you for your kindness. The waiter hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a grateful look on his face. He did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Then he circulated his cultivation base and stretched out his hand. He condensed a hand blade and immediately chopped off his own hand. Immense pain swept through his entire body. He couldn't help but scream. His face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. After screaming for a while, he forced himself to endure and shut his mouth tightly. He didn't dare to make a sound for fear of angering Elder Buddha Pavilion and the others again. He knew very well that if he let Elder Buddha Pavilion do it, it wouldn't be as simple as cutting off one of his arms. His head would probably fall to the ground. After all, at Elder Buddha Pavilion's level, he had the power to kill. He couldn't afford to offend him. Humph! Since you're just a lackey who follows orders, why don't you hurry up and report to the house master? Just say that the guests are here. Elder Buddha Pavilion didn't even look at the waiter as he coldly ordered. If the waiter was the mastermind, he definitely wouldn't have survived until now. It was precisely because he was just an errand boy that he cut off an arm as a warning. He believed that the house master would know what to do after seeing this. The Buddha Pavilion elder had thought it through. He absolutely could not let the house master off the hook so easily. That house master was simply too audacious. He even dared to reject his guest. How impudent! Did he not know that Xiaoyang had already become the great benefactor of the Buddha Pavilion? Even the pavilion master would have to be courteous to Xiaoyang. What was a mere house master worth? If he didn't like the look of it, he could just replace him with someone else. It was a simple matter to get the temple head to punish him. Things like booking the entire place was an unspoken rule. It was clearly stated that booking the entire place was not allowed. However, many important figures had tacitly acknowledged the existence of booking the entire place. If they did not care about it, then it was fine. They would turn a blind eye to it. However, if someone did care about it, then booking the entire place and refusing to let the guests in would be a great sin. At the very least, they would be punished by facing the wall for 100 years. Yes. I'll go and report it now. The waiter did not dare to refuse at all. He endured the pain in his body and struggled to leave. Fortunately, he was a martial master and knew how to stop bleeding and some basic medical skills. Otherwise, he would have definitely died. If he had to face the house master, Wu Hua, and the deputy pavilion master again, it would only lead to death. The first time he had disturbed them, he had almost been killed by Wu Hua. Fortunately, the house master had pleaded for him. However, would the house master still plead for him this time? Would Wu Hua still give face to the house master? The waiter was very flustered. The house master could plead for him once, but he might not help him a second time. Wu Hua was willing to give face to the house master once, but he might not give face a second time. Therefore, entering the private room this time, There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would die. The waiter was nervous. He frowned and walked up the stairs step by step. He even had the thought of dying. This was something that could not be helped. He had to enter the private room. If he refused to enter, he would be killed by the Buddha Pavilion elder first. Since he was going to die anyway, he would do his best to live as long as he could. Humans fought for their dignity, and Buddhas suffered for their incense. It was human nature. It's over, it's over. What should I do this time? I'll die if I go in, and I'll die if I don't. What's going on? It's really like living with a king is like living with a tiger. The waiter frowned and sighed sorrowfully. After walking to the door of the private room, he hesitated and did not dare to knock on the door. He was really afraid that Wu Hua would kill him with a slap. He was very flustered. He glanced at the Buddha Pavilion elder and the others downstairs and knew that there was no time to delay. He could only grit his teeth and knock on the door fiercely. Thump, thump, thump. After knocking on the door 3 times, he pushed the door open and entered. After entering the private room, he saw Wu Hua, the vice pavilion master, and the house master drinking to their heart's content. However, they all stopped what they were doing at this moment and stopped smiling. Their cold and emotionless gazes swept over, landing on the waiter. At this moment, the waiter felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold, and he could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. He had disturbed their mood. They really wanted to kill him. Gulp. The waiter swallowed hard. His face was pale and his lips trembled as he said, It's the Buddha Pavilion elder. He spoke with difficulty and stuttered. The house master originally wanted to flip out at the waiter. After all, he had been disturbed twice by the waiter. No one would be in a good mood. However, when he heard the words Buddha Pavilion elder, he immediately hesitated and his gaze landed on Wu Hua. Wu Hua also wanted to kill the waiter just now so that he would not disturb him again and again. However, when he heard the words Buddha Pavilion elder, hesitation appeared on his face. His gaze shifted to the deputy pavilion master. The status of the Buddha Pavilion elder was not low in the Buddha Pavilion. At least, it was much higher than Wu Hua. However, it could not be compared with the deputy pavilion master. Anyway, the deputy pavilion master was here. Even if the Buddha Pavilion elder came, what could he do? The deputy pavilion master's face was gloomy. He snorted and said coldly, Can't you see that I'm here? I haven't even said anything. How dare a mere Buddha Pavilion elder barge in? Go, chase him out. Today, I'll set up a banquet for my disciple. Let's have a good meal. As a deputy pavilion master, he still had this bit of power. However, if he fell out with the Buddha Pavilion, wouldn't the vegetarian restaurant suffer in the future? Although the Buddha Pavilion elder did not dare to find trouble with the deputy pavilion master, it was still easy for him to find trouble with the vegetarian restaurant. Therefore, when the house master heard the deputy pavilion master's opinion, he could not help but hesitate. He glanced at the waiter and asked him to leave. Chapter 555. The waiter naturally did not dare to stay any longer. He excused himself and hurriedly bowed before leaving the box and closing the door. Heavens, that was close. He was almost wailing in his heart as he swallowed his saliva. He had escaped from the gates of hell several times. Just now, he could clearly feel the murderous intent. It was fortunate that he was able to escape. Forget it, forget it. I can't stay here for long. I'll leave in a few days to avoid being killed for no reason one day. The waiter secretly said to himself. In the box, the house master laughed awkwardly. He looked at the deputy pavilion lord and said slowly, Deputy pavilion lord, perhaps Elder Buddha is here to surrender to you. Why don't you let him in? He was afraid that Elder Buddha would take revenge on him if he chased him away. That was why he spoke tactfully. The deputy pavilion lord and Wu Hua looked at each other. When they were at the ancient clock in the ancient tower, they could see that Elder Buddha was on good terms with Xiaoyang, so they instinctively rejected him. However, if Elder Buddha was willing to surrender, they would be happy to see it. In short, they just did not like Xiaoyang, who asked Xiaoyang to snatch the saraira that belonged to them. If it were not for the dark horse that appeared, the saraira would have fallen into Wu Hua's hands. Elder Buddha pondered for a moment and said slowly, "House Master's words are unreasonable. How about this? Let Elder Buddha come up. It can be considered giving him a way out." He spoke very proudly. No matter what, he was still the deputy pavilion lord. If the other party wanted to surrender, he naturally had to express his sincerity. Him coming up was his sincerity, and the deputy pavilion lord being willing to let him in was also an attitude of acceptance. This box was not a place that anyone could casually enter. Therefore, the deputy pavilion lord allowing the other party to come was an act of kindness and acceptance. The rest was up to Elder Buddha. The house master thought for a moment and said slowly, "Why don't I go and inform him?" As the house master, although he was willing to stand on the side of the deputy house master, he still didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Buddha Pavilion Elder. Therefore, he wanted to personally invite the Buddha Pavilion Elder to come up. It could be considered giving the Buddha Pavilion Elder enough face. This way, the Buddha Pavilion Elder wouldn't be able to do anything to him in the future. Unexpectedly, the Vice Pavilion Master reached out to stop him. He heard the Vice Pavilion Master say, "Just let the waiter inform him to come up. Once the Buddha Pavilion Elder comes over, your status in our hearts will be higher than his. You also represent our face, so you can't lower yourself." Yes. When the house master heard the Vice Pavilion Master's words, he felt like he was floating in the air. He never thought that he would be so important to the Vice Pavilion Master. It seemed that he would have to show more loyalty in the future. He couldn't help but feel proud. The Vice Pavilion Master and Wu Hua glanced at the house master and were secretly pleased with themselves. They didn't expect that they would be able to bribe the house master so easily. This person was really easy to deceive. The house master crushed a communication jade slip in his hand and explained, "I'll go inform the waiter now, so that he can call the Buddha Pavilion Elder up." The waiter outside the door hadn't gone far when he immediately heard the house master's voice transmission in his mind. This kind of voice transmission was their unique method of communication. "Go, let the Buddha Pavilion Elder come up himself." This was the house master's order to the waiter. In the house master's opinion, if the Buddha Pavilion Elder wanted to surrender to the Vice Pavilion Master, he would be able to express his sincerity by coming up himself. The waiter was a little dumbfounded and confused. He wanted to curse out loud. "Mother****, you actually want me to face the Buddha Pavilion Elder? Do you want me to live?" Wu Hua, the house master, the Vice Pavilion Master, and the others in the private room didn't know the situation, but he knew very well that the Buddha Pavilion Elder wasn't here to surrender. He was here to denounce them, all right? Since he was here to denounce them, it was fine if they didn't properly greet him and explain their mistakes, but they actually dared to be so arrogant as to ask him to personally come up. How was this different from courting death? And the waiter was a frontline member. He had to personally inform the Buddha Pavilion Elder of this decision. He was also in a very dangerous situation. If the Buddha Pavilion Elder was angered and directly hacked him to pieces, who could he reason with? The waiter wanted to cry and felt wronged. Why did such a difficult task fall on him? He really wanted to explain to the house master, but this kind of voice transmission could only be used by superiors to contact subordinates. Subordinates had no chance to contact superiors at all. He was so flustered that he wanted to leave. The problem was that even if he wanted to escape, he had to at least leave through the door on the first floor. When Xiaoyang came up, the four of them were already downstairs. What a scam! Helpless, the waiter could only dejectedly walk down step by step. When he reached the first floor, he immediately received the attention of the Buddha Pavilion Elder, Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianshan. "What? You're the only one who came down? Where's your house master? This old man has personally come, and he actually dares to not come and pay his respects? Do you believe that this old man can change the housemaster at any time? When the Buddha Pavilion elder saw the waiter come down, his face instantly darkened. His temperament also became cold. He spoke indifferently, his face emotionless and incomparably cold. He was very dissatisfied with the vegetarian house's attitude. If he didn't know before, it was pardonable. Now that he had personally come, the housemaster actually dared to not come down to greet him. What was this? Since when did the housemaster's status have to be higher than the pavilion elder's? How could the Buddha Pavilion elder not be angry? One had to know that there was an important guest he had invited here. This was equivalent to slapping his face in front of the important guest. This was truly intolerable. The waiter looked at the furious Buddha Pavilion elder, and his heart was in turmoil. His body trembled and his face paled. He hurriedly said in fear, "Buddha Pavilion elder, the housemaster said that he wants you to personally go up and meet him." After saying this, he felt his entire body go limp. Just what kind of person gave the housemaster such great courage? He actually wanted a dignified Buddha Pavilion elder to meet him. One had to know that normally the housemaster couldn't wait to kneel and lick the Buddha Pavilion elder's boots. Bang! Good, very good. What a housemaster! In his rage, the Buddha Pavilion elder slapped the table and chair next to him. The table and chair instantly shattered into countless pieces. In addition, a powerful force swept across and struck the waiter. The waiter knew that he was in trouble this time. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it down with a bitter expression. Uffed! The waiter couldn't help but be injured again. He opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground. He only retained a trace of consciousness. After thinking about it, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to have fainted. He really didn't need to imagine. If he could still survive after experiencing this a few more times, pretending to have fainted was undoubtedly the best choice. "Brother Xiaoyang, please wait a moment. I'll go up and check on the situation." The housemaster's rejection of the guest was definitely not arranged by me. I'm afraid it was ordered by the vice pavilion master and Wu Hua. Chapter 556. Pavilion Master Fo calmly explained to Xiaoyang. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to vent his anger on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was someone he and the entire Buddha Pavilion had to fight for. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianshan also saw the signs. They nodded and said, "Then be careful. Call me if you really can't handle it." Previously, they mistakenly thought that Elder Fo was playing with them. It turned out that this was really an opportunity. Thinking about how they made things difficult for him before, they felt a bit guilty. Xiaoyang blinked and watched Elder Fo go upstairs. According to what he knew, the vice pavilion master, Wu Hua, and the others all looked down on him. In addition, he beat them in the recovery scripture and took away the saraira. It was normal for them to be dissatisfied and want to take revenge. However, he didn't expect them to act so quickly. They couldn't even eat. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would still make things difficult for Xiaoyang even if they knew. That was how they were. Big brother Xiaoyang, that house master has such a bad temper. He actually told the Buddha Pavilion to personally go up. Gu Qianshan was a bit indignant and clenched her fists. What she hated the most in her life were people who used their power to do whatever they wanted. Xiaoyang could only explain, "House master has someone behind him. I'm afraid that person ordered him to do this." Lan Jiaoye instigated, "Cousin, why don't we go up as well and teach them a lesson? What if Elder Fo Gus suffers?" Previously, they were cold and distant towards Elder Fo, but since the misunderstanding was resolved and they knew that housemaster was behind it, they naturally couldn't continue to be so indifferent. On the contrary, they couldn't easily let housemaster go. Xiaoyang nodded and said, let's go up together." He also felt that he had wronged Elder Fo before and felt apologetic. Thinking about how Elder Fo was so anxious that he almost cried. How pitiful. If this misunderstanding couldn't be resolved, Elder Fo would regret it for the rest of his life. Everything was caused by the housemasters, so Xiaoyang would naturally vent his anger on them. The three of them angrily went upstairs, ready to go all out. The waiter, who was pretending to be unconscious, quietly opened his eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, he was overjoyed. He rolled his eyes and checked a wider area. After confirming that there was really no one around, he completely opened his eyes. Then he got up with a grunt and quickly walked out of the vegetarian restaurant. Damn it, I won't come back here even if you beat me to death. Humph, what kind of people are they? They want to kill people at the drop of a hat. The waiter said indignantly as he walked further and further away. No matter what, he was determined to leave this place. On the second floor of the vegetarian restaurant, Elder Fo angrily pushed open the door to the private room and walked in. He saw Wu Hua, the vice pavilion master, and several others. Elder Fo, you're here. I was just about to go down and invite you up. The house master hurriedly expressed his goodwill to Elder Fo, hoping that Elder Fo wouldn't be too calculative with him. One had to know that according to the vice pavilion master's decree, Elder Fo should be chased away directly. However, the house master couldn't bear this and was afraid of revenge, so he tactfully asked Elder Fo to come up. Now that Elder Fo had come up, he naturally had to express his goodwill at the first opportunity. As for whether Elder Fo was here to defect, it was no longer important. In any case, the house master tried his best not to offend Elder Fo. The house master's attitude naturally made Elder Fo feel better, but it still couldn't extinguish his anger. He coldly snorted and looked down at the house master, saying contemptuously, "House master, you're really something. Seeing that I'm here, you actually asked me to come and greet you." He was also angry and even wanted to attack directly. Anyway, the house master couldn't possibly be his opponent. However, seeing that the other party's attitude was good, and that the vice pavilion master and Wu Hua were here, he restrained himself. The house master smiled bitterly. He had unspeakable bitterness. His original intention was to go down and greet Elder Fo, but the vice pavilion master didn't let him. Rather than offending the vice pavilion master, it was better to offend Elder Fo. He had to choose between the two sides. Elder Fo, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. Since the vice pavilion master and Wu Hua are here, why don't we sit down and drink and eat together? The house master knew that he was in the wrong, so he immediately changed the topic. He thought to himself, the vice pavilion master is here, you can't mess around. Even if you want to mess around, you have to consider the consequences. Elder Fo, since you're here, sit down. Let's have a meal and drink together. The vice pavilion master saw that the house master had kicked the ball to his side, so he quickly took it and said to Elder Fo, no matter what, since the house master was willing to side with them, he couldn't let the house master be bitterly disappointed. His status was one level higher than Elder Fo, so Elder Fo should give him face. If it were any other time, and Xiaoyang's matter hadn't happened, Elder Fo would naturally be happy to befriend the vice pavilion master. However, since the conflict had already happened, he couldn't calm down and drink. There had to be a conclusion to this matter. He remembered that when they were at the ancient clock in the ancient tower, the vice pavilion master and Wu Hua didn't like Xiaoyang. If he wanted to choose Xiaoyang, it seemed that he could only offend the vice pavilion master. Elder Fo ignored the vice pavilion master and put on a businesslike expression. He stared at the house master and snorted coldly. House master, do you admit your mistake? I have neglected the pavilion master, and now I sincerely apologize. There's no need for the pavilion master to pursue this matter, right? The house master was somewhat indignant and spoke slowly to Elder Fo. His expression was no longer as humble as before. Although he was only a house master, and his status couldn't be compared to Elder Fo, he had the pavilion master's support and wasn't afraid of Elder Fo. Anyway, it seemed that Elder Fo wanted to offend the vice pavilion master. Wasn't this courting death? It was obvious that both sides were about to shed all pretense of cordiality. The house master didn't want to be a punching bag that could only be bullied. When it was time to be tough, he had to be tough. Otherwise, how could he gain the vice pavilion master's favor? The vice pavilion master was also somewhat dissatisfied with Elder Fo. He had long known that Elder Fo was very close to Xiaoyang. He originally thought that Elder Fo had come to surrender this time, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Elder Fo was here to cause trouble. The vice pavilion master couldn't stand it anymore. Elder Fo, I think we should forget about this matter. The house master has sincerely apologized. If you want to eat, then sit down. If not, then leave. We still have to eat. The vice pavilion master warned Elder Fo, which was also a disguised way of chasing Elder Fo away. He couldn't possibly let him continue to bully the house master. Elder Fo wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to offend the vice pavilion master. However, the vice pavilion master was clearly biased and shielding the house master, so he could only offend him. Chapter 5:57. Vice pavilion master, you worry too much. It doesn't matter if the house master is neglecting me or not. I'm not a narrow-minded person. The problem is that the house master publicly booked the entire place and refused all guests. According to the rules, this is not allowed. The house master knowingly broke the rules. Perhaps I will have to report this to the pavilion master and ask him to make a decision. The Buddha pavilion master spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. So what if the other party was the vice pavilion master? With such an obvious weakness in his grasp, even the pavilion master would have to be modest. The house master's face instantly turned pale. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was supported by Wu Hua. If the Buddha pavilion master really used this as an excuse, he could forget about being the house master. Then his status, power, and connections would collapse in an instant. This move was too cruel and merciless for him. He couldn't bear it at all. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that once it was found out, he would face the wall for 100 years. He was no longer young. If he faced the wall for 100 years, there would be no place for him in the Jianghu after 100 years. He would definitely be reduced to a nameless, ordinary cultivator. His face was as white as snow. If it weren't for the vice pavilion master, Wu Hua, and the other sitting here, he would have knelt down and begged the Buddha pavilion master. In his heart, he was already cursing the 18 generations of the Buddha pavilion master's ancestors. What kind of breadth of mind was this? If this wasn't abusing his position to avenge a private grudge, then what was? As for booking the entire place, although it was explicitly prohibited, everyone knew that this was tacitly agreed and allowed. No one had ever complained about it. The house master understood very well that he had only slighted the Buddha pavilion master a little. Was there a need to be like this? What he didn't know was that the guests he had refused before included Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaye, and Gu Qianshan. These three were not ordinary guests, especially Xiaoyang. That was someone the entire Buddha pavilion wanted to win over. This was his mistake. He shouldn't have refused Xiaoyang a meal. Buddha pavilion master, this, please don't. We can discuss anything. The house master was truly frightened. He looked worriedly at Pavilion Lord Fo, his brows furrowed tightly. He was so worried that he was about to die. The vice pavilion master also understood the house master's fear, and also understood Elder Fo's intentions. Elder Fo was just targeting him. With a dark face, he snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Elder Fo. He said coldly, "Elder Fo, are you really going to do this?" Once something happened to the house master, they would eventually be implicated. They would also be implicated, and as the main person in charge, the punishment would be even heavier. This was because the rule of not being able to reserve the entire place was set by the upper echelons of the Buddha pavilion, including the vice pavilion master. Now that the vice pavilion master had forcefully ordered the house master to reject all guests, it was a knowing violation of the law and an even greater crime. Of course, the housemaster could also take responsibility for everything. However, if he did so, his punishment would also be doubled. As long as he revealed the truth and revealed the mastermind, his punishment would be reduced. The vice pavilion master, naturally, could not watch the housemaster be punished without doing anything to the sect. He also did not dare to gamble on the housemaster's loyalty. Elder Fo was not afraid of the vice pavilion master at all. His expression was indifferent and calm. He said calmly, "Vice pavilion master, what do you mean by going to extremes? I did everything according to the rules. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Don't you understand such a simple principle?" "Humph!" The vice pavilion master snorted coldly. His expression darkened and his temperament turned cold. This Buddha pavilion master did not give any face at all. If he pursued the matter to the end, pavilion master would not have a good time. He could not help but frown. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Elder Fo. After a long time he slowly said, "We will leave now and let you enjoy it alone. How about that? You can even state other conditions." He was compromising and giving in. There was no other way. They had originally tacitly agreed to the unspoken rules, but Elder Fo had brought it to the surface. They could only admit that they were unlucky. "Yes, Elder Fo, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to correct myself. I won't dare to do it again." Knowing that the vice pavilion master had given in, the house master hurriedly begged Elder Fo for mercy. Now that the other party had something on him, he had to wait for the right time to act tough. Wu Hua, who had been sitting silently all this time, also spoke. He said calmly, "Elder Fo, please give the disciple some face and be an example. Be tolerant, be tolerant." Several disciples of the Buddha pavilion beside Wu Hua also begged for mercy. "Humph!" Elder Fo also snorted coldly. Now they knew how to beg for mercy. What were they doing earlier? Weren't they acting tough before? He was a little proud. If it were any other time, he would not care about it. But now he could not, because this time the focus was not on him, but on Xiaoyang. Elder Fo took a deep breath and looked at them disdainfully. He said calmly, "The one you should apologize to is not me, but Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is a guest invited by the Buddha pavilion for a meal, but you refused to enter. You almost made me and Xiaoyang enemies. Tell me, how do you want to settle this score?" Elder Fo was resentful, but seeing the people in front of him begging for mercy and apologizing, he accepted it. They were all from the Buddha pavilion after all. They were from the same root. There was no need to be so anxious to destroy each other. However, it was not easy to get past Xiaoyang. He had to fight for Xiaoyang's forgiveness. Then, Elder Fo, what do you want to do? The vice pavilion master frowned and asked Elder Fo. He also began to feel conflicted and disgusted. From the beginning, he did not like Xiaoyang. Fortunately, he did not know. If he knew that Xiaoyang was here for a meal, he would definitely humiliate him. How could he let Xiaoyang in so easily? However, he could not say this out loud. It was obvious that Elder Fo supported Xiaoyang. He wanted to stand up for Xiaoyang. Once he said that he disliked Xiaoyang, he would not be able to deal with the aftermath. For the sake of Elder Fo, Wu Hua had to restrain his dissatisfaction with Xiaoyang. He did not dare to show the slightest emotion, but his heart was full of resentment. He hated Xiaoyang for stealing his limelight and being favored. He also hated the pavilion master and Elder Fo for admiring Xiaoyang. Were they blind? He, Wu Hua, believed that he was the most talented and had the most aptitude. Sooner or later, he would become the most powerful person in Buddhism. After thinking for a while, the house master said, "Elder Fo, it is my fault for refusing Xiaoyang to eat. It is also my negligence. I did not hear the notice from the Buddha pavilion that Xiaoyang was coming to eat, so it is all my fault. I am willing to apologize to Xiaoyang. I will go and invite Xiaoyang up, okay?" He had already surrendered to the vice pavilion master. Many things that could be solved by lackeys, he naturally had to do it. Otherwise, what was the use of the vice pavilion master? Chapter 558. As he spoke, he was about to get up and walk out of the box. The deputy pavilion master, Wu Hua, and the others saw this and felt even more dissatisfied. They all had a lot of opinions about Xiaoyang. Why should they invite him over for a meal now? Humph! Once they saw Xiaoyang, they would be full even if they didn't eat. They were very unwilling. But even so, no one dared to provoke the Buddhist pavilion elder at this juncture. They could only suppress their dissatisfaction and let the house master leave. But just as the house master was about to leave the box, he was stopped by Elder Buddha. "Stop, it's not your fault. It's the person who proposed to book the whole place, and also the person who proposed to decline all guests. I know that the house master doesn't have the guts to book the whole place. He must have been instructed by someone. So, it's better for the person behind the scenes to personally invite him. It's also better to win Xiaoyang's forgiveness." Elder Buddha spoke slowly, looking at the house master, who didn't dare to move. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and his eyes revealed ridicule. These people were so arrogant that they didn't even take him, Elder Buddha, seriously, and almost ruined his business. If he didn't teach them a lesson, would they think that he was easy to bully? Bang! Clang! The assistant pavilion lord slammed his palm on the table, making a dull sound. His expression was uncertain. From Elder Buddha's words, he could tell that the other party wanted him to apologize to Xiaoyang. This was absolutely impossible. He hated Xiaoyang to the extreme. He even thought that Xiaoyang had stolen his disciple Saraira. He was worried that he couldn't find Xiaoyang to vent his anger. So how could he apologize to Xiaoyang? Wu Hua was so angry that he crushed his cup. Some of the broken pieces cut the skin on his hand, but he still didn't notice. His chest seemed to be burning with a shocking anger. This damned Xiaoyang came out to cause trouble every few days. Not only did he steal Wu Hua's Saraira, but he also stole Wu Hua's limelight at the ancient pagoda. Wu Hua hadn't even found Xiaoyang for revenge, but Xiaoyang came to bully him again. How could Wu Hua tolerate this? Wu Hua's temperament was somewhat paranoid. Perhaps it was because he was used to having everything go smoothly, or perhaps it was because he had too many admirers that he developed an arrogant and conceited personality. He never felt that he was in the wrong. Everything that was wrong with others was the outside world. He hated Xiaoyang and Elder Buddha to the bone. He couldn't wait to attack the pavilion Elder Buddha so that he wouldn't be threatened and make him feel uncomfortable. The several disciples of the Buddha pavilion beside Wu Hua also showed dissatisfaction. They glared at Elder Buddha and secretly operated their cultivations. As long as the deputy pavilion master gave the order, they would definitely attack Elder Buddha at the first opportunity. Even the temple master looked at Elder Buddha, dumbfounded. His face was gloomy. He secretly wondered if Elder Buddha had gone too far. He actually wanted the deputy pavilion master to apologize to Xiaoyang. What was the deputy pavilion master's status? What was Xiaoyang's status? Wasn't this obvious at a glance? What did Xiaoyang have to compare with the deputy pavilion master? Wasn't he overestimating Xiaoyang too much? Elder Buddha chuckled. This smile was somewhat cold. There was no complacency, only ridicule and ridicule. He wasn't the least bit afraid that these people would attack. Once they did, it would only confirm their guilt. He continued, "If not, I will definitely report it to the pavilion master's ears and even announce it to the entire Buddha pavilion. Xiaoyang has restored the Sarangama Sutra, which is a great contribution to the entire Buddha pavilion and even the Buddha realm. He is deeply loved by the Buddha pavilion. The distinguished guests invited by the Buddha pavilion were all rejected by you. You are very bold. You'd better think about the anger of the Buddha pavilion." Speaking of this, the deputy pavilion master, Wu Hua, and the others became even angrier. It was as if their scars had been exposed. The reason why they came here to eat and reserve the whole place was that they were defeated by Xiaoyang in the ancient pagoda. This caused them to feel depressed, so they drank to vent their frustration. Of all things, this guy actually came to their door and even exposed their flaws. How could this kind of grievance fall on them? The deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua's breathing quickened a little, and their faces turned red from anger. An apology was non-existent to them. As long as they still had some dignity, it was impossible for them to bow their heads to Xiaoyang. They had already made up their minds. This elder Buddha pavilion was too much of a bully. He didn't leave them any face or way out. How could they obediently submit? Elder Buddha pavilion, are you forcing him to his death? The pavilion master said with murderous intent. A powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly crushing elder Buddha pavilion. If he was forced into a corner, he wouldn't mind killing. The house master knew that the deputy pavilion master couldn't put down his face and dignity, so he immediately licked his lips. As the middleman, he said, Deputy Pavilion Master, Elder Buddha Pavilion, why are you so angry? I know I was wrong. All of this was caused by my negligence. I will personally apologize to Xiaoyang and strive for his forgiveness. What do you think? Humph. The Deputy Pavilion Master snorted and stared proudly at Elder Buddha Pavilion. He didn't want to start a war with Elder Buddha Pavilion. But if Elder Buddha Pavilion didn't do things properly and went to the extreme, not giving him a way out, he didn't mind fighting to the death with Elder Buddha Pavilion. If he didn't have a temper, people would think he was easy to bully. Wu Hua also said, faintly, we know we were wrong and have already retreated. Although Elder Buddha Pavilion has the upper hand, you don't have to force us step by step. Leave a way out for everything so that we can meet again in the future, right? They could admit their wrongs, apologize, or even apologize to Xiaoyang. However, this matter was only limited to the house master. It was equivalent to the house master apologizing on their behalf. This was already the limit of what they could do. Elder Buddha Pavilion also hesitated. It was obviously not a wise move to offend the deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua, who had endless potential. But when he thought about Xiaoyang, he felt that he had to fight to the end. He had to go all out. Once this matter was done, Xiaoyang would definitely have a new level of respect for him. Now was the time to win Xiaoyang's favor. Of course, he had to put in more effort, even if it was dangerous. Almost everyone in the ancient pagoda knew that the deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua didn't get along with Xiaoyang. If he could force the two of them to apologize to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would definitely be grateful. Thinking of this, Elder Buddha Pavilion immediately calmed down and no longer panicked. I said if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Do you want to use your status to get special treatment? Then what are the written rules? Are they just empty words? Ridiculous. Now you only have two choices. One is to apologize to Xiaoyang, and the other is that I report to the Buddha Pavilion and you will be punished. You knowingly broke the law, and your crimes will be doubled. Elder Buddha Pavilion was tough to the end and was very confident. He secretly reminded himself that everything was for Xiaoyang. Chapter 559. Does that mean there's no room for negotiation? The Vice Pavilion Master slowly stood up, his face ashen. The murderous intent on his body grew stronger and stronger, filling the entire box. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He really wanted to kill. No one had ever dared to threaten and coerce him like this. He was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Buddha Pavilion with a noble status. How could he be subdued by a mere pavilion elder? If word got out, he would lose face in the future. Wu Hua also stood up, gritting his teeth and glaring at Elder Buddha with hatred. He had long found Xiaoyang and Elder Buddha an eyesore. This damned Elder Buddha had challenged his patience time and time again. He had long wanted to take action. The house master's expression was uncertain. The Vice Pavilion Master was going to take action against Elder Buddha. Should he stop him or join in? His eyes were spinning rapidly, trying to think of a choice that would be beneficial to him. What, Vice Pavilion Master? Could it be that you want to take action? I'm so scared. If you have the ability, why don't you try? Elder Buddha was actually a little nervous and flustered. He also knew that he had pushed them too far and bullied them too badly. Otherwise, they would not have rebelled. But when he thought of the grievances Xiaoyang had suffered and the misunderstanding of him, so be it. He would have a better excuse and reason to attack them. The Vice Pavilion Master's face was cold as he said, cruelly, Elder Buddha attempted to kill the house master and was caught by me. Now, by my order, kill Elder Buddha. Even if the Buddha Pavilion pursues the matter, I will bear all responsibility. Swish, swish, swish. When the Vice Pavilion Master said this, the rest of the people immediately moved and surrounded Elder Buddha in an instant, not giving him any chance to escape. No Flower sneered with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. He chuckled and said, Elder Fo, you brought this upon yourself. You forced us to do this. Taste our wrath. The house master also mustered up his courage, his aura firmly locked onto Elder Buddha. He was now in the same boat as the Vice Pavilion Master Wu Hua and the others. They could no longer get off the boat and could only walk this path to the end. The current situation was very clear. The Vice Pavilion Lord alone could suppress Elder Fo. They only needed to guard the entrance. Even if Elder Fo was given a pair of wings, he would not be able to fly out of here. As for dealing with the aftermath, that was even easier. Not to mention the fact that the Deputy Pavilion Master was backing him up. This was the house master's home ground. If he wanted to clean up the traces, it would be a piece of cake. Do you really dare to kill? Don't tell me you didn't know about the poison sex punishment for killing our elders. Elder Fo narrowed his eyes and took a step back. His mind was tense as he maintained his vigilance and guarded against them. He really hadn't expected the Vice Pavilion head and the others to knowingly break the law. After all, killing a pavilion elder meant facing the poison sect's cruelest punishment, to be skinned alive. The Vice Pavilion Master sneered, his face full of mockery. This house master naturally knows this better than anyone. The problem is, this kind of matter should be dealt with in private. Who would be so free as to report it to the sect? As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Elder Fo. Gathering his cultivation base in his palm, he slammed it towards Elder Fo's head, wanting to kill him with a single slap. His attack was vicious and cunning, showing just how much he hated Elder Fo. Although the Vice Pavilion Master alone could suppress Elder Fo, Wu Hua couldn't help but step forward to help. He'd long found Elder Fo an eyesore. Anyone who got close to Xiaoyang was an eyesore to him. Since he couldn't stand the sight of them, he might as well get rid of them. That way, they would be much more pleasing to the eye. Die, you old thief! Wu Hua snorted. He took out a Buddhist talisman and poured his cultivation base into it. After activating it, a surge of Buddhist energy erupted and charged at Elder Fo. You disturb me every day and think you're so great. Today I'll kill you. Let's see who will uphold justice for you. Humph! Wu Hua sneered. Killing and destroying corpses was a common occurrence for him. He didn't have any psychological burden. Instead, he was extraordinarily skilled. After following the Vice Pavilion Master for so many years, it wasn't his first time doing such a thing. The house master's face was gloomy. Once what happened today was spread out, he would definitely die. Therefore, the only way now was to silence him. Sorry, Elder Fo. Go to hell. The house master roared. His figure suddenly leaped up and instantly attacked Elder Buddha. Elder Buddha was being attacked from all sides, and the pressure suddenly increased. He frowned and put all his effort into defense. As his cultivation revolved, layers of Buddha's light were released from his body. These Buddha's light enveloped his body and acted as a defensive light shield. Vice Pavilion Master, right? I've long wanted to compete with you. Now is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Elder Fo sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. With a snort, he jumped up and performed a swastika to collide with his opponent. Boom! A dull sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that swept out. Many tables and chairs in the private room were instantly shattered into pieces. Elder Fo's cultivation base was not as high as the Vice Pavilion Master's. After the collision, he was forced to retreat. The Buddhist light on his body was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, before he could catch his breath, the housemaster and Wu Hua's attacks arrived. They instantly took effect on Elder Fo. Elder Fo had to endure their attacks. Otherwise, he would have spat out blood. The defensive Buddhist light on his body suddenly collapsed. He flew backward, his face as pale as paper. Clang! He hit the wall in the distance and then fell down. He knocked down several tables and chairs that had been spared. Many pots and pans fell to the ground, making crisp sounds. Elder Fo, let's see who can save you now. You're courting death. Who can you blame? Wu Hua sneered. He approached Elder Fo step by step, intending to finish him off as soon as possible. The Vice Pavilion Master watched from the side. He didn't restrain his cultivation base. This was just in case, afraid that Elder Fo would make a move to hurt them. The House Master shook his head and sighed. He felt that it wasn't worth it for Elder Fo. He said, Elder Fo, why are you doing this? Is it worth it for a mere Xiaoyang? If you're willing to join us, you'll be like Qin Yin. You're really stubborn. Now, even a golden immortal can't save you. Elder Fo sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. He was never afraid of death. He also knew that he would never die. He believed that the Pavilion Master was already on his way. As long as he could stall for time, these people would die. Humph, you can still laugh at this juncture? I really admire you. Then I'll send you to heaven. Chapter 560. Wu Hua stood in front of Elder Buddha and raised his hand. He condensed his own cultivation power, intending to completely annihilate the opponent. In any case, the opponent was seriously injured and couldn't have any strength left to resist. The Temple Master and the Deputy Pavilion Master were watching. Even if he could still struggle, he would still die. Outside the box, Xiao Yang's group had been here for a long time. As for the conversation inside, they had also heard it. They really didn't expect that Elder Buddha was willing to put himself in such great danger in order to prove his innocence and seek justice for Xiaoyang. This made Xiaoyang deeply admire him, and at the same time changed his view of Elder Buddha. Cousin, there seems to be a fight inside. Big brother Xiaoyang, should we go in and help? Although Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan's hearing was not as good as Xiaoyang's, the commotion inside was too loud and they had already noticed it. Xiaoyang used his actions to tell them. He lifted his leg and kicked the door of the private room open. Then, the three of them quickly entered. The people in the box saw Xiaoyang's group and stopped. Even Wu Hua stopped and turned around to look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, it's you? Wu Hua recognized Xiaoyang at first glance and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, revealing a strong murderous intent. Wasn't it all thanks to Xiaoyang that they had a falling out with Elder Buddha? Since you've already interrupted our business, Xiaoyang, do you think you can still leave here alive? Wu Hua sneered. His eyes were full of ridicule, as if he was looking at prey. In short, what happened in the box couldn't be spread out unless they wanted to die. Wu Hua was in a good mood at this moment. He had already dealt with Elder Buddha. After dealing with Xiaoyang, the Saraira on Xiaoyang's body would be his. Previously, he couldn't attack Xiaoyang in front of so many people. Now, Xiaoyang was like a sheep in a pack of wolves. He could only be killed. His originally depressed mood had also improved a lot. The source of all this trouble was Xiaoyang. Now that he had dealt with him, everything would be free. The Deputy Pavilion Master's eyes also fell on Xiaoyang. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be involved at this juncture. Back in the ancient tower, he already didn't like Xiaoyang. Now that Xiaoyang wanted to die, he would naturally help him. Xiaoyang, hand over the Saraira and then destroy your own cultivation. Swear a blood oath to be loyal to me forever. Then I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, you will die without a complete corpse. The Deputy Pavilion Master said coldly to Xiaoyang. He didn't care about Xiaoyang's cultivation, but Xiaoyang's knowledge and ability. Xiaoyang with his cultivation was very terrifying. Even he was afraid of him. No. Elder Buddha didn't wait for Xiaoyang to speak. He immediately stopped Xiaoyang and roared. Once Xiaoyang crippled his own cultivation, it would be equivalent to putting his head on the opponent's knife. He would become a fish on the chopping board, and the opponent would be able to do whatever they wanted to him. Just thinking about the consequences would be terrifying. Xiaoyang's expression remained calm. He didn't seem to panic at all. He glanced around indifferently and said with a chuckle, I just wanted to eat here. What's wrong with you? The guests who came to the vegetarian restaurant were all here to eat. Was there a need to fight like this? Xiaoyang, don't pretend to be stupid. You only have one choice. Listen to us obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. Wu Hua snorted and said coldly with a frown. He had already understood the principle of waiting for changes. He didn't want to waste time with Xiaoyang. Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come at me if you have the ability. Lan Jiaye put her hands on her hips. She stretched out her hand and directly took out her whip. This whip had been refined by the first elder, and its power had doubled. If it hit someone, even Wu Hua would find it difficult to bear. Gu Qianqian moved lightly. Her cultivation automatically operated. She looked around vigilantly, intending to fight them to the death. Master, let's do it. We have no way out. Wu Hua persuaded the deputy pavilion master. Yes, they had no way out. If they didn't kill Xiaoyang and the others, once the news of this place leaked out, only death would await them. Even if they killed Xiaoyang and the others, only death would await them. They knew very well who the masters of Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian were. They were the poison sect master and the first elder, respectively. It was tricky. Xiaoyang, I've long found you unpleasant to the eye. Since you don't want to cooperate, then die. He snorted coldly. He didn't care about the deputy pavilion master's opinion. He directly activated the Buddhist incantation in his hand and released a Buddhist light to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang beckoned with one hand, and the Saraira instantly appeared in his hand. As he injected his cultivation, the Saraira suddenly released an even brighter light, directly assimilating Wu Hua's Buddhist light. You can't withstand a single blow. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a cold smile. He glanced disdainfully at Wu Hua, completely disregarding him. Wu Hua, don't say that I'm bullying you. Didn't you refuse to accept me? Come, let's have a one-on-one duel. Xiaoyang's face revealed a mocking smile as he stared mockingly at Wu Hua. He spoke arrogantly and didn't care whether Wu Hua agreed or not. He waved his hand, and instantly, a majestic force swept towards Wu Hua. Boom! The force was so strong that it sent Wu Hua flying dozens of feet away. He slammed into the wall, and even the entire room trembled as a result. How could this be? 6th level martial ancestor realm? Wu Hua was in disbelief and his face turned pale. He was so shocked that he even forgot about the injury he had sustained. He stared at Xiaoyang in shock, flabbergasted. He was a dignified heaven's pride of the Buddha Pavilion who had enjoyed countless cultivation resources and the personal guidance of the deputy pavilion master. Even so, he was only a 4th level martial ancestor. Xiaoyang had only been in the poison sect for a short period of time, and he had already grown to such a terrifying level. How could anyone not be moved? In time, Xiaoyang would definitely be able to suppress all heroes. Even the pavilion master would have to submit to him. To the deputy pavilion master, Xiaoyang was a potential threat and couldn't be allowed to live. A frog at the bottom of a well. There are many things you can't imagine. Didn't you say that no one could save Elder Buddha? I'm saving him now. What can you do to me? Xiaoyang's face was full of disdain as he sneered. Who does this Wu Hua think he is? How could he have the right to be mentioned in the same breath as me? His gaze landed on the house master and the deputy pavilion master. He calmly said, House master of the vegetarian house, right? Deputy pavilion master of the Buddha pavilion, right? You actually tried to kill Elder Buddha, and kill your fellow disciples. I'm sure the sect master and head elder will be pleased with your actions. Chapter 561. He would definitely skin them alive. Of course, Xiaoyang was being sarcastic. The house master could not take it anymore. With a plop, he immediately knelt on the ground, crying and snot as he begged Xiaoyang for mercy. Senior Xiaoyang, I was wrong. I was blinded by lard. I was ordered by the vice pavilion master. Please let me go, I don't want to die. I'm willing to tell the truth to the sect. This was all the vice pavilion master and Wu Hua's scheme. Bastard. The deputy pavilion master was instantly enraged. Looking at the good-for-nothing house master, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. He released the terrifying cultivation of a 7th-level martial grandmaster and sent him flying in an instant. Just a moment ago, he was still trying to come over and express his loyalty to him. In the blink of an eye, he was about to betray him. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, he was only facing Xiaoyang now. Was there a need to be so flustered? What a useless thing. Bang. The house master was hit by a majestic force and directly hit the wall beside him. Even the wall had several cracks, and a lot of dust fell from the ceiling. The entire vegetarian house trembled a few times, as if it was on the verge of collapse. It could be seen how heavy the deputy house master's attack was. Fortunately, the house master had some defensive measures. Otherwise, he would have been beheaded by the deputy pavilion master. Although the deputy pavilion master had neutralized a lot of the force, he was still seriously injured. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. The cultivation in his body was in a mess, and his limbs went soft. At this moment, he was unable to stand up. You're really ruthless. Fortunately, Elder Fo did not follow you. Otherwise, he would have ended up like you sooner or later. Xiaoyang swept a glance at the house master before slowly retracting his gaze. He sympathized with a weakling like the house master, but he would not show any mercy. After all, both sides were now opponents. It would be best if they killed each other. So how could he possibly help them? Vice Pavilion Master, Wu Hua, are you going to surrender now, or are you going to resist to the end? Xiaoyang stared at the Vice Pavilion Master and said proudly. He was not afraid of them at all. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, Xiaoyang had the confidence to fight with them. Wu Hua's expression was grave. He glanced at the Vice Pavilion Master and shouted, Master, we have no other choice. We can only fight to the bitter end and kill them all. Perhaps we can still escape. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave this place at all. In the future, we'll definitely be punished by the poison sect. Don't hesitate. The Vice Pavilion head's expression was gloomy as his eyes darted around, his expression uncertain. He'd been in the poison sect for many years, and his connections and influence were all within the 10 great cities. Once he left this place, where else could he go? However, now that things had escalated to this point, what else could he do other than escape? He couldn't help but sigh and regret in his heart. Forget it. I'll go all out. I'll think about it after I survive. Xiaoyang, you forced us to do this. Now, don't blame us for being ruthless. The Vice Pavilion Master glared at Xiaoyang with murderous intent. His body released a thick, baleful aura as he planned to kill Xiaoyang, the Buddhist Pavilion Master, and the others here. Only by doing so would he be able to fight for a way out. Wu Hua and the Vice Pavilion Master's decision frightened the other disciples of the Buddhist Pavilion. Although they usually followed Wu Hua and wanted to use his fame to climb up, they were still part of the Buddhist Pavilion in the end. They couldn't betray it, so they didn't know what to do now. Betraying them meant certain death. Fleeing with Wu Hua and the Vice Pavilion Master meant certain death as well. They might even be abandoned along the way. Just look at the house master's fate. The Vice Pavilion Master and Wu Hua were both cruel, ruthless, and heartless people. As a result, they decided to leave this place. Vice Pavilion Master, Senior Brother Wu Hua, Senior Brother Xiaoyang were innocent. We'll be leaving first. They planned to watch from the sidelines and not get involved in this mess. No matter what happened, it had nothing to do with them. You? When you're in a difficult situation, you want to stay out of it. Preposterous. Wu Hua was infuriated by the actions of the disciples. He almost jumped up in anger, his face contorted with rage. Cold light flowed through his eyes. There was nothing more hateful than betrayal. Wu Hua's fury frightened the lackeys once more. They all fell to their knees and begged for mercy with snot and tears running down their faces. First Senior Brother, we don't want to die. At least you have the Vice Pavilion Master to support you. Your origins are mysterious and deep, but we're different. We'll die if we betray you. Don't force us. First Senior Brother. Yes, they had followed Wu Hua for a long time. They had been following him since the moment he entered the poison sect, so they knew a bit about him. Wu Hua wasn't from the 10 cities at all. He was from outside. As for what lay beyond the 10 cities, these disciples didn't know. All they knew was that there were many continents outside the poison sect's jurisdiction, and there were many factions and cultivators on those continents. The Vice Pavilion Master was so lenient and doting on Wu Hua because he had ulterior motives. Although he pretended not to know anything, he must have secretly investigated in the dark. You've all disappointed me. Scram, 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 don't let me see you again. Our friendship is over. The next time we meet, I won't be merciful. Wu Hua shouted hysterically at the lackeys. He was furious to the extreme. When the disciples left, he roared at the sky. After roaring a few times, he smashed the tables and chairs in the box. He was so angry that he punched the wall to vent his anger. It took him a while to calm down. He turned to the Vice Pavilion Master and said, Master, let's do it. Don't hesitate. Your disciple can guarantee that you'll be fine. Wu Hua said confidently. Then he turned around and stared at Xiaoyang with disdain. Xiaoyang, you said that I was a frog at the bottom of the well. Let me tell you, you are the real frog at the bottom of the well. You don't know the world outside the 10 great cities. Over there, you are just like an ant. As long as I expose my family's identity, not to mention the Pavilion Master, even the sect master will have to be wary of me. He spoke arrogantly. He was in high spirits and was full of vigor. Their Wu clan was a great clan outside the 10 cities. The Wu clan's ancestor was a powerful existence on the same level as Wu Zun. Chapter 562. Of course, no one really knew Wu Hua's background or identity for the time being, but that didn't stop him from showing off. After all, the poison sect only had Wu Zun, and yet he was able to establish his own sect. It was clear to see how powerful Wu Zun was. His Wu Hua clan had the powerful Wu Zun. If it wasn't for the Sky sect, his Wu Hua clan could also rule over 10 cities. The Wu Hua clan had the right to speak on equal terms with the poison sect, so Wu Hua didn't fear Xiaoyang and Elder Fo at all. Even if he killed them both, he could still escape unscathed. He'd wanted to stay in the poison sect longer to achieve a certain goal. But now that he couldn't stay here any longer, he didn't mind revealing his identity and openly returning to the Wu Hua clan. The Vice Pavilion head couldn't help narrowing his eyes. From the moment he saw Wu Hua, he could tell that he wasn't from an ordinary clan. No matter how he investigated, he couldn't uncover Wu Hua's true identity. Judging from Wu Hua's tone, perhaps he really did come from some super aristocratic family. Feeling like he'd made the right bet, his confidence grew. Yo, Xiaoyang, you're just a little Huang. Who do you think you are? You're just an inexperienced fellow. What right do you have to judge Wu Hua? Humph, you offended my disciple. Today, you'll die even if you don't. The Vice Pavilion head was reassured. He snorted at Xiaoyang, his killing intent thickening. In any case, Wu Hua definitely wouldn't abandon him. If they wanted to escape the poison sect's jurisdiction, they'd have to rely on him. As long as he showed Wu Hua some kindness, Wu Hua would be moved to tears. Once he returned to the Wu Hua clan, he'd be reborn. After all, he'd be joining a faction even bigger than the poison sect. It was no different from being reborn. Men strive for greater heights, water flows to lower depths. Wu Hua could not help but laugh. His laughter was a little wild. Previously, when he saw that the Vice Pavilion Master was hesitant to help him, he was a little worried. Now that the Vice Pavilion Master had made up his mind, there was nothing to worry about. As long as he killed Xiaoyang, he could sneak away. Master, there's no time to lose. Hurry and do it. Wu Hua looked at the Vice Pavilion Master proudly and said, as the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. I will never forget Master's kindness. In his opinion, as long as his master made a move, the people here wouldn't be a problem. He then swept his gaze over Gu Qianshan and Lan Jia, his eyes filled with greed. Junior sisters, don't say your senior brother didn't give you a chance. As long as you're willing to follow me, I, Wu Hua, promise you that I'll give you a good life and wear gold and silver. Once you reach Tianzong realm, my Wu Hua clan, you'll understand that your choice was wise. The world is so vast that it's not something a tiny poison sect can compare to. Here, Wu Hua intended to reveal his background. The Vice Pavilion Master's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. He didn't doubt Wu Hua's words at all. Wu Hua, you traitor! You even instigated the Vice Pavilion Masters to rebel. Let me tell you, you will all die a horrible death. Don't call us junior sisters. You don't have the qualifications. I am ashamed of you. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian angrily shouted at Wu Hua. This damned Wu Hua. It was bad enough that he bewitched the Vice Pavilion Master, but he even wanted to confuse their minds. He was simply ignorant. Humph. Then don't blame the senior brother for being ruthless. Wu Hua roared, his eyes filled with sharpness. He then formed a Buddhist seal with his hands and attacked Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. He didn't have the confidence to deal with Xiaoyang, but it was more than enough to deal with the two girls. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were naturally not easy to bully. With a shout, they immediately activated their cultivation and launched a counterattack. They had followed Xiaoyang through life and death and had experienced several life and death battles. Their fighting strength had long surpassed their current realm. Although they couldn't defeat Wu Hua, who was in the 4th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm, they could easily protect themselves. After they started fighting in the large private room, the Vice Pavilion Master naturally didn't hesitate. He snorted and attacked Xiaoyang. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was a troublesome fellow. As long as he dealt with Xiaoyang, everything would be settled. Xiaoyang was only in the 6th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm, the same realm as Elder Fo. If Elder Fo couldn't withstand his attack, how could Xiaoyang? The Vice Pavilion Master was naturally full of confidence. With a proud expression, he displayed the Buddhist seal and sneered, Xiaoyang, I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. If you had holed up in the Sect Master's Peak, it would have been fine. But today you've come to court death. How can I let you live? Elder Fo, who was severely injured and unable to fight, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the battle erupt. He reminded Xiaoyang to be careful. Elder Xiaoyang was very worried. He had advanced to the 6th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm earlier than Xiaoyang, but he wasn't a match for the Vice Pavilion Master. Could Xiaoyang do it? If Xiaoyang also failed, then everyone present, including himself, would be meat on the chopping board. They would be slaughtered. He couldn't afford to lose. Xiaoyang curled his lips, and his eyes lit up. His fighting spirit exploded, and there was no fear on his face. He was very clear about today's situation. If he lost, only death would await him. He couldn't lose. A young man who had just advanced to the 6th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm was challenging an experienced 7th level martial arts Grandmaster. Wasn't it difficult for him to not lose? If it was an ordinary cultivator of the same level, he would have wet his pants. Even Elder Fo was a little flustered when he attacked. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was a demon among demons. He had the memories of his previous life and was familiar with countless secret skills. Previously, his cultivation realm was low, and even if he had mastered many secret skills, he couldn't display their power. But now it was different. He had advanced to the 6th level of martial arts, Grandmaster realm, and naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the Vice Pavilion Master. Good. I also want to test the power of the 6th level of martial arts, Grandmaster realm. Xiao Yang smiled coldly. When he saw the Vice Pavilion Master's Buddhist handprint attack, he immediately countered with thousands of poisonous hands. Under the operation of his cultivation, his robe fluttered and his hair moved without wind. Thousands of palm prints condensed in an instant and attacked the Vice Pavilion Master at the same time. The power of these palm prints was not only in their power, but also in their poison. His cultivation method was based on poison, and this kind of poison was even more overbearing and powerful. Very few people could resist it. Boom! There was a loud boom. Palm after palm of poisonous handprints bombarded the Vice Pavilion Master's body. The Vice Pavilion Master was not easy to bully. He released Buddhist light to block Xiao Yang's attack and used his body movement to skillfully avoid the attacks on his vital parts. Chapter 563. In the blink of an eye, the Deputy Pavilion Master, who had forcefully resisted the full force of the attack, arrived in front of Xiao Yang. The power of the Buddhist palm print in his hand had multiplied. It seemed that the longer this Buddhist martial technique was channeled, the more terrifying its power would be. Xiao Yang, why aren't you giving me your life? Today, I will completely purify you. The Deputy Pavilion Master sneered, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty light. His expression became ferocious and terrifying. This time he had attacked with all his might. He had even forcefully resisted Xiao Yang's thousand poisonous hands and paid a heavy price for it. All of this was for the sake of killing Xiao Yang in one fell swoop. Humph! This time, Xiao Yang will not be able to escape this calamity. A terrifying force instantly descended on Xiao Yang's body. The life and death crisis was so intense. If this palm really landed on Xiao Yang would definitely die. Even Xiao Yang himself felt the threat. He could not help but squint his eyes and take a deep breath. With a fierce expression, he snorted and immediately took out the Heaven and Earth Mirror. Heaven and Earth Mirror. As he flipped his palm, a ray of light appeared out of thin air and instantly fell into his hand. When the light disappeared, the Heaven and Earth Mirror was revealed. Holding the Heaven and Earth Mirror, Xiao Yang felt a lot more confident. Previously, the thousand poisonous hands could not do anything to the Deputy Pavilion Master. However, the Heaven and Earth Mirror was different. This Heaven and Earth Mirror was much more advanced than the one Xiao Wangu had given him. Reverse. Xiao Yang snorted and madly injected his cultivation into the Heaven and Earth Mirror. The Heaven and Earth Mirror once again released a bright light and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 10 feet in size and laid in front of Xiao Yang. The surface of the mirror was incomparably smooth, and there was a strange power flowing in it. It would make people feel deep and terrifying just by looking at it. Buzz. The Deputy Pavilion Master's Buddhist handprint was supposed to attack Xiao Yang, and he was very confident about it. However, just as he was about to attack Xiao Yang took out his magic treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mirror. The Heaven and Earth Mirror could expand and help Xiao Yang fight against the enemy. Therefore, the majestic Buddhist energy he condensed all bombarded the surface of the universal mirror. The universal mirror let out a clear buzzing sound. In addition, the universal mirror trembled a few times as if it could not bear the heavy burden. However, all of this was still all right. In the end, they still managed to pull through. As soon as the buzzing sound was heard, the light of the universal mirror exploded, enveloping the entire private room. Damn, this lineup is so big, and it looks a little familiar. Elder Buddha, who was watching the battle from the corner of his mouth, did not bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked by Xiao Yang's move and could not help but widen his eyes in shock. He remembered that Xiao Yang had also used this move before, but it seemed to be more powerful and advanced than before. This guy's progress was really incredible. Whether it was his cultivation realm, martial techniques, or magic treasures, they had all been greatly improved and improved. Elder Buddha even felt inferior. He remembered that when they met outside Martial Yang City, Xiaoyang was only a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster, and he was at the peak of the 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. Now, a junior like Xiaoyang had caught up with him. It was incredible. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Wu Hua were also fighting with all their might in the private room. However, after noticing the difference in the universal mirror, they could not help but be surprised. They all stopped and retreated more than 10 steps with caution. Only then did they look at the battlefield where Xiaoyang and the deputy pavilion master were fighting. It had to be said that the battle between Xiaoyang and the deputy pavilion master had caused a huge commotion. Just the pressure and terrifying aura they released were enough to make one's heart tremble, not to mention the aftermath of their battle. Any overflowing wave was enough to seriously injure someone. They were not the only ones who were shocked. The deputy pavilion master was the one who felt it the most. He was the one who was involved in the battle with Xiaoyang, so he was most aware of the changes and terrors involved. He could not help but gasp, and his expression changed drastically. The universal mirror was really too heaven-defying. When the light shrouded the entire private room, the Buddha's Mahamudra that had been unleashed and bombarded the universal mirror began to condense again. Then it returned to its original path according to the trajectory of the previous attack. Not only did the power and pressure not decrease, but it also doubled. The speed of the counterattack was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the deputy pavilion master. The deputy pavilion master didn't even have time to react. Just as he recovered from the shock, he received a heavy blow to his chest. With a bang, he was sent flying. While he was still in midair, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Half of his body was embedded in the wall. His spread-out feet kicked many tables and chairs against the wall, making a messy sound. Master! Wu Hua's expression changed at the sight of this. He rushed to the deputy pavilion master's side and looked at him with concern. He even circulated his cultivation base to pull the deputy pavilion master out of the wall and began to treat his injuries. His only backer now was the deputy pavilion master. Without him, he would never be able to leave the poison sex world. Even leaving this private room would be a pipe dream. Thus, he treasured the deputy pavilion master's life even more than the latter. Master, how are you feeling? Wu Hua asked with concern, his face full of worry. It was all his fault. He had been too smug before and rebelled too quickly. Now there was no way out. He really regretted it. The deputy pavilion master had become his only hope. He would succeed, but he would also fail. He absolutely could not fail. Full of hope, Wu Hua took out many healing pills from his storage ring and fed them to the deputy pavilion master. After a long while, the deputy pavilion master slowly regained consciousness. His complexion was much better, but he was still weak and incomparably pale. Master! Wu Hua called out to the deputy pavilion master. Tears flowed down from his cracked eyes. He was really afraid that something would happen to the deputy pavilion master. The deputy pavilion master's heart warmed and moved. He didn't expect Wu Hua to be such a filial disciple. How rare! Master is fine. I was just careless and fell into the enemy's trap. The deputy pavilion master slowly stood up and comforted Wu Hua. He had Wu Hua stand behind him. Now he had to face Xiaoyang alone again. Xiaoyang, you're not simple at all. I have to say you're really strong. No wonder you have the guts to clamor here. Compared to Elder Fo, you're much more outstanding. The deputy pavilion master praised Xiaoyang, but his eyes were filled with deep fear. He really didn't expect Xiaoyang to have such a trick up his sleeve, nor did he expect the universal mirror to have such a miraculous effect. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to be careless. Chapter 564. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and stared at the vice pavilion master with a faint smile, slowly saying, "Old man, if I wanted your life, I would have taken it just now. Why would I allow you to act so arrogantly here? Can't you see the situation clearly? You can only repent and be punished. There is no other way. I advise you to stay away from the traitor Wu Hua. I don't need you to tell me what to do." Humph! He snorted at Xiao Yang and said, "I can't beat you, but isn't it easy to take people away? Do you think you can stop me?" Yes, he had decided to change his strategy. He could tell that Xiao Yang was not easy to bully. How could he continue to kick an iron plate? Where there is life, there is hope. It was better to retreat first. He would remember this debt and come back to settle it later. He believed that Wu Hua had the same idea. If he could not win, he would run. "Master, let's go." Wu Hua persuaded the assistant pavilion master. He seemed to have recognized the reality. He was not as confident as he was in the beginning when he shouted at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, just you wait. Wu Hua will not let you go." Humph! Wu Hua also decided to escape. There was no other way. He was weaker than Yi Futian. He did not know what would happen if he continued to delay. He could not afford to delay. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian instantly moved to the door of the private room. They stood at the door and stopped them from leaving. Previously, they had threatened to kill him and tease him. Now that he had finally gained the upper hand, how could he let them leave so easily? Moreover, Pavilion Master FO was about to arrive. As long as he could stall for time, he would receive the bad news of Deputy Pavilion Master Wu Hua. "You too, get out of my way. Do you believe that I won't kill you?" The assistant pavilion master looked at the two guys blocking his way and could not help but snort. His face darkened and he released a murderous aura. He was a 7th level martial grandmaster, assistant pavilion master. Could he not leave if he wanted to? Wouldn't that be too much of a joke? He firmly believed that as long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. "Why don't you try?" Lan Jiaoye was not afraid. She slightly raised her proud chin and looked at the deputy pavilion master and Wu Hua with disdain. Gu Qianqian also shouted. She raised the magic weapon in her hand and stared at the deputy pavilion master warily. The assistant pavilion lord moved, intending to attack the two women. He did not put them in his eyes, and he was not as useless as Wu Hua. However, as he moved, Xiao Yang moved as well. This meant that Xiao Yang had locked onto him. As long as he moved, Xiao Yang would definitely move. The vice pavilion master was quite wary of Xiao Yang. He could not help but frown and snort coldly with an unfriendly expression. "Xiao Yang, let us go, and I promise to write off the debt here. How about that?" Wu Hua stared gloomily at Xiao Yang and spoke slowly. He had given up his identity as a disciple of the poison sect and considered himself as a disciple of the Wu Hua family in the Tianzong realm. One had to know that the Wu Hua family's ancestor was at the same level as the poison sect master. Therefore, Wu Hua naturally had the right to negotiate with Xiao Yang. Not to mention, the Tianzong realm was several times larger than the poison sect realm. Xiao Yang's eyes were full of disdain. Wishful thinking. "Who do you think you are to make such a request?" He was very angry. Xiao Yang clearly had the upper hand, but Wu Hua had asked to be let go. Not only did he not pay any compensation, but he also did not bear any grudges. Did Xiao Yang look like someone who was afraid of being hated? There were hundreds, if not thousands, of people who hated him. But Xiao Yang did not even lose a hair. He was not afraid that Wu Hua would bear a grudge. In fact, he wanted Wu Hua to remember. If he could teach Wu Hua a lesson once, he could teach him a lesson a second time. In a rage, Xiao Yang swung his hand and slapped Wu Hua away. With Xiao Yang's terrifying 6th level martial arts grandmaster cultivation, it was easy for him to slap Wu Hua, who was a mere 4th level martial arts grandmaster. "Xiao Yang, you..." The deputy pavilion master's face was full of anger. He glared fiercely at Xiao Yang and his chest rose and fell rapidly as he panted like a cow. This guy was so arrogant that he dared to bully his disciple in front of the pavilion master. He was so angry that he wanted to hit him, but he was afraid of Xiao Yang's heaven and earth mirror. Wu Hua struggled to get up from the ground, and a purple handprint appeared on his cheek. His eyes were full of anger as he glared fiercely at Xiaoyang. This damned Xiaoyang had dared to hit him after he had revealed his identity. He was simply tired of living. He decided that he must treat Xiaoyang as his mortal enemy. When he returned to Wu Hua's family, he would concentrate on cultivation and seek revenge in the future. Xiaoyang, you're dead meat. Wu Hua pointed his finger at Xiaoyang and roared fiercely. He was so angry that he trembled. Seeing that he could not delay any longer, the deputy pavilion master rolled his eyes and revealed a ruthless expression. With a light snort, his 7th level martial arts grandmaster cultivation erupted and forced Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian to retreat. Then he smashed the door of the private room with his palm. "Disciple, you go first," he roared, regardless of whether Wu Hua objected or not. His terrifying cultivation instantly engulfed Wu Hua. With a tug, he threw Wu Hua out of the door. Then he moved his body and blocked the door of the private room. Moreover, he did not give Xiaoyang a chance to use the great teleportation technique. He attacked Xiaoyang with the Buddha Pavilion martial technique. Terrifying rays of Buddha's light slashed toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang held the universal mirror in his hand and snorted coldly. He used the universal mirror to block the opponent's attack and then reverse the attack. All the attacks that the deputy pavilion master used were ultimately taken by him. In the short span of a few breaths, the vice pavilion master had executed 7 or 8 martial skills. After these 7 or 8 martial skill lights were reversed by the heaven and earth mirror, their power doubled and once again struck the vice pavilion master's body. The deputy pavilion master endured it. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he snorted. He did not want to be entangled with Xiaoyang any longer. He endured the injuries on his body and quickly retreated. After he left the private room, he jumped down to the first floor. Seeing that Wu Hua was still waiting for him on the first floor, he felt a little warm and moved. He took Wu Hua with him and quickly left the place. As long as he left the vegetarian temple, where could he not go in this vast world? With his powerful 7th level martial arts grandmaster cultivation, unless the poison sect's higher-ups made a move, no one could do anything to him. He believed that as long as he headed southwest, he would definitely be able to leave the poison sect's realm. "Master, are you hurt?" Wu Hua was full of worry and concern. "It's all that damned Xiaoyang's fault. He's ruined my plans and opportunities time and time again. If I can tolerate this, what else can I tolerate? It's fine. Let's leave quickly. After all, this is the foot of the poison sect's mountain. We can't stay here for long." The deputy pavilion master spoke softly. He was not slow at all. Chapter 565. He was rushing all the way without suppressing his injuries, allowing them to worsen. This was something that could not be helped. There was no extra time for him to recover. Inside the box, Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian wanted to chase after them. Even Elder Fo, who could not stand up in the corner, wanted to chase after them. "Cousin, let's go. We'll chase after them. They're too cunning. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Humph." Lan Jiaye urged Xiaoyang. Her face was full of indignation, as if she had fallen into their trap. She felt embarrassed. Gu Qianqian's face was cold. "They're the traitors of the sect. We have to wash away the shame for the sect. As long as we catch up with them, the sect's experts will naturally come to deal with them." Elder Fo's face was also serious. He said coldly, "People who betray the sect have never had a good ending. We can't set a precedent. Otherwise, how will the sect face itself in the future?" It was not easy to manage such a large sect. If betraying the sect was fine, then there would definitely be many people who would want to betray the sect. "Let's not chase. What's the use of chasing after them?" Xiaoyang frowned and stopped them. In fact, if he wanted to stop them from leaving, there was no need to chase. Xiao Yang only needed to use the greater teleportation technique. As long as they did not go more than 100,000 feet, he could instantly teleport in front of him. However, Xiao Yang had his own considerations. When they came to the vegetarian restaurant, the Buddha Pavilion elder had gone to invite the pavilion master. However, up until now, the pavilion master had not appeared. What did this mean? It meant that the pavilion master had already noticed what was going on here and had his own means to deal with it. Cousin, why is this so? Hurry up and chase after them. Otherwise, they'll run away. Lan Jiaoye did not know how to react. She rushed out of the box and turned to shout at Xiao Yang. Gu Qianshan was also anxious. If she let the traitors go, although the sect wouldn't pursue the matter, she wouldn't be able to live with her conscience. Not to mention, the two traitors wanted to kill her. No matter what, she couldn't swallow it. Elder Fo Go was not as restless as the two women. He had lived for most of his life and could see through many things. After calming down a little, he immediately understood. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Xiao Yang thoughtfully. Then he turned to Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan and said, "That's right. Don't chase after them. You don't want to embarrass them. Most of the time, even if you have the right, you can't kill them all." What kind of logic is this? Is there no reason in this world? The two women stared angrily at Elder Buddha, puzzled. To them, the wicked should be punished and the good should be rewarded. Elder Fo looked at them with a helpless expression. He shook his head and sighed, but didn't explain anything. The two women were still young, so it was good to keep their innocence. On the contrary, Xiao Yang was young, but he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was really hard to see through him. Forget it. Don't chase. They've run away. Look at you guys wasting time. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan vented their anger and complained in a bad mood. They firmly believed that as long as they chased after them, they would be able to keep Wu Hua and the vice pavilion master. Seeing that Elder Fo Go and Xiao Yang were not very enthusiastic, their enthusiasm was extinguished. Let's go back to the Elder's Peak. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you, Lan Jiaoye said angrily. She could do it, but she didn't. Gu Qianshan was also a little angry and depressed. If she didn't know Xiao Yang and Elder Fo Go well, she would have suspected them of colluding with Wu Hua. They wanted to catch the two traitors and make a contribution. Now, it seemed that it was completely hopeless. There was no reason to stay. They would be full if they didn't eat. The two women complained as they walked out of the vegetarian restaurant. Elder Fo Go glanced at Xiao Yang, cupped his fists and saluted, then walked out of the box. Xiao Yang also saluted. After watching the other party leave, he also left the vegetarian restaurant. As for the vegetarian restaurant's master, as long as he was a sensible person, he would know what to do next. Let's see how the pavilion master will deal with them. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. After walking out of the vegetarian restaurant, he released his divine thought. When he fought with Wu Hua and the vice pavilion master, he had already left clues on them. Now it was easy to find them. After determining the location, he used his movement technique and quickly chased after them. After a while, Xiao Yang saw the master, but he didn't act rashly. He just watched from a distance. Just as he had judged before, this matter would be handled by others. Looking in another direction, Xiao Yang couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Elder Fo Go had also caught up. In a farther place, he also noticed the aura of Pavilion Master Lei, Pavilion Master Jian, and other pavilion masters. Even the three great elders had come. This lineup sure is a big deal. Xiao Yang clicked his tongue. In Xiao Yang's eyes, the two traitors ran all the way, jumping from one mountain to another. However, when they wanted to continue running, thinking that they could escape, someone blocked them and forced them to stop. That person was Pavilion Master Fo. As Xiao Yang had expected, Pavilion Master Fo didn't come out to deal with it because he wanted to deal with it privately. Look, the big shots of the sects around didn't appear. They just restrained their aura and figures and watched from a distance. Pavilion Master, why are you here? The Vice Pavilion Master brought Wu Hua to a halt a few dozen meters away from Pavilion Master Fo, his face full of wariness and shock. In his mind, he could leave the poison sect's realm as long as he headed southwest. His journey had been smooth, so he thought that the poison sect hadn't discovered his betrayal yet. Who would have thought that the Pavilion Master would personally appear to block his path? What? Are you surprised that I'm here? Pavilion Master Fo chuckled as he stared at the Vice Pavilion Master and Wu Hua. Pavilion Master Fo had long known about the two traitors, but he hadn't been in a hurry to deal with them. That was because he was wary. Besides him, how could the others not be wary? As the upper echelons of the poison sect, they naturally knew more than ordinary disciples and were more knowledgeable. The Vice Pavilion Master's expression flickered as he slowly said, "Pavilion Master, please step aside. We master and disciple just want to leave this place." He felt that the matter had been exposed, so all they had to do was shed all pretense of cordiality. Wu Hua's expression was just as ugly. He'd thought that he could leave after taking care of Xiaoyang, and then he'd thought that he could leave after escaping Xiaoyang's evil clutches. But without exception, he'd miscalculated. Now he also thought that he could leave as long as he could get away from Pavilion Master Fo, but his heart was heavy and he'd lost his previous confidence. Chapter 566. Oh, the road's so big. You can just walk wherever you want. Pavilion Head Buddha arched a brow as he spoke nonchalantly, as if saying he was easy to talk to. Was he really that easy to talk to? The Vice Pavilion Head and Wu Hua both expressed their doubts. If everyone in the poison sect was so easy to talk to, they wouldn't have run away so pathetically. Humph! The Deputy Pavilion Lord snorted and ignored Pavilion Lord Fo. He took Wu Hua and prepared to leave in another direction. No matter how one looked at it, Pavilion Head Buddha didn't seem like an easy person to talk to. He took a step forward and disappeared, leaping high into the air. If he landed, he'd be hundreds of feet away. However, when his figure rose into the air before he was ready to land, Pavilion Leader Fo's figure suddenly appeared in midair. His aura locked onto the Deputy Pavilion Leader, which shocked the Deputy Pavilion Leader. Damn, didn't he just say he could walk wherever he wanted? Why did he go back on his word now? Did he have any sense of shame? The Vice Pavilion Head slandered him, his expression ugly. He knew the other party wouldn't let him leave so easily. Wu Hua's face was also the color of pig liver. He was anxious and worried. Perhaps he'd never be able to walk out of the poison sect in this lifetime. Even Pavilion Head Buddha had appeared. Their chances of escaping were close to zero. Left with no choice, the Vice Pavilion Head returned to his original position. Pavilion Head Buddha, what's the meaning of this? Didn't you say we could leave whenever we wanted? He glared at Pavilion Head Buddha with grief and indignation. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to beat me, then beat me. You don't have to play with me like this, do you? Pavilion Head Buddha looked innocent and chuckled. If you want to leave, then leave. What does it have to do with me? I was just about to leave too, so don't blame me. Damn, this guy's already so old, but he's learned to be naughty. Does he still have a child's heart? Xiaoyang couldn't help but grin from afar. Even the other hidden spectators laughed. It was rare to see such a childish side to Pavilion Head Buddha. Speak frankly, Pavilion Head Buddha. What do I have to do to leave? The Vice Pavilion Head's expression was dark and ugly as he glared at Pavilion Head Buddha. Pavilion Lord Buddha said calmly, "A traitor has appeared in my Buddha Pavilion. This is tarnishing the reputation of the Buddha Pavilion. If I don't clean up the mess, what will others think of my Buddha Pavilion? Won't the other disciples betray us just because they want to?" That's right. Ever since the poison sect had been established, all traitors had been killed without mercy. Otherwise, where would the sect's dignity be? What was the use of sect rules? The Deputy Pavilion Master's face suddenly turned livid. His eyes were red, and he was so angry that he gasped for breath. The other party actually wanted to kill him. Damn it. Was it easy for him to live until now? It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to this level. How could he kill someone just because he wanted to? Please, he also had a temper. If it were not for the sake of further advancement, why would he betray his sect? Why would he make such a mistake for a mere wuhua? The poisoned sect couldn't give him what he needed, but Tianzong Realm's wuhua clan could. Thus, he had betrayed them for the sake of survival and advancement. How could he give up his life so easily? Why don't you just say that you want to kill me? This old man is not that easy to bully. The deputy pavilion master roared at Pavilion Master Fo in grief. He'd thought the other party was letting him go out of kindness, but it turned out the other party was just toying with him. This was intolerable. The deputy pavilion master wasn't afraid of Pavilion Master Fo. Their cultivation levels were similar, and if it weren't for seniority, the pavilion master might not have been pavilion master foes. Now that his blood had been stimulated, he wanted to fight the other party as well. As a deputy pavilion master, he'd always been ambitious. He'd coveted the position of pavilion master Fo before, so he'd opposed many of the pavilion master's decisions. Pavilion Master Fo, this old man has never accepted you. Today, let's see the difference between us. The vice pavilion master snorted and said loudly. He couldn't leave anyway, so it wasn't a bad idea to prove himself. Master. Wu Hua looked at the deputy pavilion master with teary eyes. He also felt a little guilty and self-reproach. He hadn't expected his master and disciple to die here today. If he'd known this would happen, he would have restrained himself. But it was too late to regret now. Master is useless. Disciple, I've harmed you. The deputy pavilion master sighed deeply, his face full of vicissitudes. He'd thought he could take Wu Hua away and live a better life, but now it seemed like it was all a dream. If you can leave, then leave. Don't worry about me. The deputy pavilion master sighed. He knew he was going to die, but it would be good if he could buy some time for Wu Hua. His gaze fell on Pavilion Master Fo again, and he roared, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." His aura shot up to the sky, and his cultivation slowly revolved. Then he performed the Pavilion Master Fo's martial technique and rushed toward him. "Fool!" Pavilion Master Fo muttered to himself and closed his eyes. His body had its own Buddhist light and scripture circulating. When the deputy pavilion master rushed in front of him, he casually formed a Buddhist seal. MOZ's Buddhist seal condensed, and the dazzling Buddhist light and shocking Buddhist power surged, crushing the deputy pavilion master. The deputy pavilion master was injured, and he didn't have much cultivation left. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he could only change his strategy to defend and dodge with all his might in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the difference between the pavilion master and the deputy pavilion master was not only in terms of status, but also in terms of cultivation. Even if they were in the same realm, there were different levels. The deputy pavilion master was naturally no match for pavilion master Fo. In just one exchange, the deputy pavilion master was bombarded and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His body was badly mutilated, and his cultivation was exhausted. Master. When Wu Hua saw the deputy pavilion master fall from the sky, he was heartbroken. He took a few steps forward, his face full of tears. He really didn't expect to play to this extent. He was playing with fire. Disciple, take good care of yourself. I'm going. The deputy pavilion master said weakly. His face was as pale as snow without a trace of blood. After panting for a while, he stopped moving, and his head tilted to the side. Master! When Wu Hua saw the deputy pavilion master fall, he couldn't help but roar to the sky, as if that was the only way to vent his anger and unwillingness. Then he stood up ferociously and glared fiercely at Pavilion Master Fo. He said furiously, "Pavilion Master Fo, you killed my master. I will not live under the same sky as you. I will never rest until I die with the poisoned sect." Ba. Pavilion Master Fo's closed eyes slowly opened, and he chanted the name of Buddha. He said calmly, "There are no traitors in the poison sect. The traitors have all gone to hell." Then he slowly raised his hand, and the terrifying cultivation of a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster instantly exploded. An unparalleled power was drawn out and crushed onto Wu Hua's body. Wu Hua let out a blood-curdling scream as his hands exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then his feet exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 567. His screams drowned out the wretched cries of the dead. The poison sect's upper echelons could see Pavilion Lord Fo's ruthlessness, but no one stepped forward to stop him. They all thought this was how it should be. They didn't have a good impression of traitors and wanted nothing more than to kill them all. This pair of master and disciple were no exception. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Life wasn't easy to come by, so why didn't they cherish it? Why did they have to walk this path of death? He hadn't expected the sect's punishment to be so cruel as to directly kill them. However, this was different from Xiao Yang's previous guesses. If they wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys and uphold the sect's dignity and rules, they should have killed him back at the vegetarian restaurant. Why leave him alive until now? Moreover, look at Pavilion Lord Fo's killing methods. They're very different. When he killed the Vice Pavilion Lord, he killed him straight away. But when he killed Wu Hua, he didn't cut to the chase, nor did he give him a quick death. Instead, it seemed like he was tormenting him and stalling for time. It was as if he was waiting for something to appear. Killing traitors wasn't something worth watching in the first place. It wasn't as if there hadn't been traitors since the poison sect's founding. In the end, it was Pavilion Lord Fo or Pavilion Lord Fo who cleaned up the sect themselves. This time, almost 90% of the poison sect's upper echelons had gathered. It was too special. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yang thought, when the last terrifying Buddhist power was about to destroy No Flower's body, a black shadow suddenly condensed next to No Flower. The shape of the shadow was that of a person. If one looked closely, the shadow condensed a little more clearly. One could see that the shadow was an old woman. With the appearance of this old woman, the situation in the surroundings immediately changed dramatically. First, it was No Flower's hands. The old woman pointed in the air as if she was touching some kind of law. The exploding blood mist gathered and reappeared in the air. Then it poured into No Flower's hands. Not long after, No Flower's hands were back to normal. Wu Hua's legs were the same. The old woman only repeated the technique once, and then the blood mist from the previous explosion converged into Wu Hua's legs. Wu Hua recovered in an instant. In addition, the terrifying Buddhist power that had gathered in his body was suppressed the moment the old woman appeared. Next, the old woman stretched out her withered and wrinkled hand and patted Wu Hua's shoulder. With this pat, the Buddhist power lingering around Wu Hua dissipated in an instant. Wu Hua only felt his whole body become relaxed, and the original pain had all disappeared. What was left was the pleasure of being healthy. It was as if he had been reborn. It was an indescribable feeling. He raised his head and glanced at the person. He recognized him at first glance. It was the ancestor of the Wu Hua clan, the only martial saint. He hadn't expected the ancestor to appear here for him. It was unbelievable. Old ancestor, it's really you. Why are you here? Your children and grandchildren are useless and have embarrassed you. After Wu Hua recognized the old woman, he burst into tears again. Then he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. If the old woman had not come, he would have been killed by Pavilion Lord Buddha. His fate would have been even worse than that of the Vice Pavilion Lord. From this, it could be seen how much the old woman doted on Wu Hua. She actually appeared here. Don't cry. Get up. Men don't cry easily. You have embarrassed the Wu Hua family. I didn't save such a person. The old woman comforted him. She pointed with one hand, and a gentle force spread out from her finger. It acted on Wu Hua's body and made him slowly stand up. Wu Hua only felt that his body was out of control. He slowly got up and stood behind the old woman. The old woman glanced at the vice pavilion lord and frowned. Then she looked at Wu Hua. Wu Hua hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, that's my master. He died for me." If his meaning was obvious, he hoped the old woman would also save the vice pavilion lord. However, before he could speak, he was immediately stopped by the old woman. The old woman waved her hand as if she had touched some kind of law. A seal was placed on No Flower's mouth. No matter how hard No Flower tried, he could not speak. This method was truly unimaginable. Both Wu Hua and Pavilion Lord Buddha were shocked. At the same time, the poison sect's upper echelons were equally shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This old woman who had appeared out of nowhere wasn't simple at all. She was simply unfathomable. Only Xiaoyang saw the trick clearly. Because he was the unparalleled ruler of all ages in his past life, he had seen many things and understood many things. Judging from the old woman's method, it was Wu Zun's unique ability to use the power of laws. It looks like Wu Hua was telling the truth. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. He doubted Wu Hua's identity before, but now that he saw this old woman, there was nothing to doubt. He also knew that his guess was right. The reason why Pavilion Master Fo and the others did not kill the Vice Pavilion Master and Wu Hua in the vegetarian restaurant was that they were afraid of something. Now the thing they were afraid of had appeared. It was this old woman, an old woman whose cultivation was comparable to Wu Zun's. Even the poison sect master had to be wary of her. In Chaos City, Xiaoyang had seen other Wu Zun. Anyone at Wu Zun's level was a powerful existence who guarded a region. It looked like Wu Hua's background wasn't ordinary at all. How enviable. Who hurt my great-grandson to this extent? The old woman's gaze was very calm. There was no surprise or danger, and it was very ordinary. Her gaze naturally fell on Pavilion Lord Buddha. She ignored the Vice Pavilion Lord and Wu Hua's previous suggestion. She'd come here to save people, and she'd only appear when Wu Hua was in a life-and-death situation. She'd only saved Wu Hua and no one else. Thus, she'd only glanced at the Vice Pavilion Lord's death a little longer than necessary, but didn't react. Pavilion Lord Buddha was a little nervous. His face was a little pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. After all, he was facing Wu Zun, and he was only a 7th-level martial ancestor Pavilion Lord. Shouldn't someone as powerful as Wu Zun be left to the sect master? Once the other party killed him, there was no guarantee that the sect master would avenge him. Thus, Pavilion Lord Buddha acted very carefully. He tried his best to maintain a neither servile nor overbearing appearance, as he cautiously said, "Senior Wu Hua and the Vice Pavilion Lord are both traitors of the Poison Sect. According to the Poison Sect's rules, all traitors are to be executed. Since he couldn't compare to the other party in terms of strength, he had to rely on morals to influence them. This was Pavilion Lord Buddha's idea. He had absolute reason and stood on the moral high ground. He was only dealing with his own sect's affairs and cleaning up his own sect. There was no reason to blame him. Chapter 568. I'm asking, who hurt my great-grandson to this extent? The old woman's voice was flat and ordinary. However, the more ordinary it was, the more Pavilion Master Buddha felt the murderous intent and killing intent in it. Moreover, the old woman didn't give Pavilion Master Buddha any face. She didn't care about the reason at all. She just wanted a result and an explanation. Whoever hurt her great-grandson to this extent, she would get back at them and avenge her great-grandson. This was something that couldn't be more normal. Pavilion Master Buddha was immediately embarrassed. He wanted to admit it, but he was a little afraid of death. Who wasn't afraid of death these days? It was just that some people pretended to be unafraid of death. Before he could speak, Wu Hua spoke first. He made a whimpering sound and pointed his finger at Pavilion Master Buddha fiercely. His meaning was obvious. Pavilion Master Buddha hurt him to this extent. Then he pointed at the fallen deputy pavilion master on the ground, indicating that it was Pavilion Master Buddha who killed his master. He hoped the old woman would avenge him. His mouth was still sealed by the power of rules, so he could only make whimpering sounds from his throat. It was as if he was suffocating. The old woman couldn't stand it anymore. She shook her head helplessly. Then she reached out and gently tapped the void. Suddenly, Wu Hua could speak normally. Ancestor, ancestor, it's all that old man's fault. You have to avenge me. Whimpering, after Wu Hua could speak, he immediately blamed Pavilion Master Buddha. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to the old woman. He also knew that the Vice Pavilion Lord couldn't be saved because the old woman wasn't willing to help. Anyway, the Wu Hua family didn't lack masters, but Pavilion Lord Buddha had to be killed. Otherwise, Wu Hua wouldn't be able to swallow his anger. What else do you have to say now? The old woman stared coldly at Pavilion Master Buddha. It was as if she was giving him one last chance to defend himself. It was as if this would show that he wasn't an unreasonable person who killed the innocent. Pavilion Master, F.O., simply didn't know what to say. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him to avenge his great-grandson. What was the use of exaggerating? The other party was simply powerful. It didn't matter if he had a reason or not. At that thought, Pavilion Head F.O. calmed down. His expression turned vicious as he snorted. Old hag, who do you think you are? How dare you come to my poison sect and behave so atrociously? Let me tell you, my poison sect is no pushover. He had hardened up. She refused to believe that the poison sect wouldn't be aware of the situation now. He could sense the familiar auras in the surroundings. It was clear that many of the poison sect's experts were here. Since that was the case, why bother giving them face? They were clearly here to ruin their reputation. Unreasonable. The old woman frowned and snorted softly. Then she waved her hand and seemed to have used some kind of power of rules to send Pavilion Lord Buddha flying. As a 7th-level martial ancestor, Pavilion Lord Buddha couldn't resist at all. When he was hit, he felt as if he had been hit by 3 mountains and 5 mountains. That power was too strong and boundless. Furthermore, he hadn't sensed it before. From this, it was clear to see how powerful the old woman was. It was simply indescribable. With Wu Zun's power, it was no wonder his position was so high. They couldn't afford to offend him. Bang! Pavilion Lord Buddha fell right next to Xiaoyang. He didn't know if the old woman had done it on purpose. In any case, as Pavilion Lord Buddha fell, Xiaoyang, who had been hiding, was also exposed. Damn, who did I offend? I'm just here to watch the show. Xiaoyang was speechless. His eyes widened. Although he was very powerful in his previous life was his previous life. In this life, he was only a 6th-level martial ancestor. He couldn't even compare to Pavilion Lord Buddha. If Pavilion Lord Buddha couldn't withstand a blow from the old woman, how could he? At this moment, when he saw Pavilion Lord Buddha wailing in pain, he really wanted to turn around and leave. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. However, if he did that, wouldn't he be too heartless? After all, Pavilion Lord Buddha had invited him to the vegetarian restaurant on behalf of Pavilion Lord Buddha. Forget it, I can't be too heartless. Xiaoyang comforted himself. Then he turned around and helped Pavilion Lord Buddha up. Then he took out a healing elixir from his storage ring and fed it to Pavilion Lord Buddha. He also activated his cultivation to help Pavilion Lord Buddha heal. Xiaoyang still had this bit of morality. Fortunately, the old woman didn't kill him just now. Otherwise, Pavilion Lord Buddha would have turned into a cloud of blood mist. How is it? Are you feeling better? Pavilion Lord Buddha? Xiaoyang looked at Pavilion Lord Buddha with concern. Since he had saved him, he couldn't just keep quiet. If he acted like he was unwilling, his kindness would drop by several levels. Xiaoyang, why are you here? Aren't you at the vegetarian restaurant? The moment Pavilion Lord Buddha saw Xiaoyang, he could not help but be stunned. Previously, when Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, and Pavilion Lord Buddha had a conflict with the deputy Pavilion Lord Wu Hua and Pavilion Lord Buddha, he had seen it all. He originally wanted to secretly deal with Wu Hua and the deputy Pavilion Lord, but he didn't expect Xiaoyang to follow him. Well, now was not the time to be concerned about this. His expression changed as if he had thought of something terrible. He immediately urged, "Hurry up and leave. This is not a place where you can stay." Yes, he had thought of a terrifying consequence. When they were at the vegetarian restaurant, Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to attack Wu Hua and the deputy Pavilion Lord. Now that they had Wu Zun as a reinforcement, Xiaoyang was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time. Xiaoyang was also a little speechless. He curled his lips, shrugged, and said helplessly, "I can't leave even if I want to." If he wanted to leave, he should have left earlier. He shouldn't have saved Pavilion Lord Buddha, but since he had done so, he must have exposed himself. Under the eyes of the old woman and Wu Hua, once he was exposed, how could he run away? He had already seen the old woman and Wu Hua coming this way. The two people landed from the air and landed 10 feet away from Xiaoyang. When Pavilion Lord Buddha saw the two people, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, they're still here. They're simply gangrene. Too hateful. He couldn't help but look worriedly at Xiaoyang. He had to hurry up and think of a solution. Otherwise, he'd be hacked to death. He was still young and didn't want to die. Ancestor, that bastard, is Xiaoyang. He's extremely hateful. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have betrayed the poison sect, I wouldn't have had to run away, and I wouldn't have let Master die here. Ancestor, you have to uphold justice for me. Sob, sob. It seemed that crying was Wu Hua's specialty. Every time he spoke to the old woman, he couldn't help but fall to his knees and cry pitifully. Chapter 569. As she cried, she secretly glanced at Xiaoyang out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze was full of arrogance and ridicule, as if saying, "My ancestor is here. Let's see if you'll die or not. Humph, I gave you a chance before. As long as you let us go, we'll let go of this grudge. You didn't know how to cherish it, so don't blame me." The phrase "fox exploiting the tiger's might" was used to describe trash like Wu Hua. However, Xiaoyang wasn't afraid. At the very least, he looked calm on the surface. He calmly looked at Wu Hua, then at the old woman in front of him. He was as steady as a mountain. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen Wu Zun before, so why was he making such a fuss? Setting aside how many Wu Zun had fallen at his hands in his past life, just in this life, Scarlet Flame had been promoted to Wu Zun with his help. Scarlet Flame still owed him a favor, so he didn't believe he'd sell him out so easily. Not to mention, the sect head was Xiaoyang's master. This old woman would have to think twice before acting atrociously in his own territory. If this old woman was someone who didn't care about the consequences, she would have killed Pavilion Lord Buddha long ago. Because she had considered the consequences, Pavilion Lord Buddha had only suffered a little. It could be said that he'd gotten justice for Wu Hua. This way, both sides had a way out. Didn't you see? Up until now, the two great Wu Zun of the poison sect hadn't appeared. This was to give the other side face and allow both sides to step down so that they wouldn't break heads and bleed. Xiaoyang calmly looked at the old woman, Wu Zun. The old woman also calmly looked back at Xiaoyang. In the old woman's eyes, this youth wasn't simple at all. If he had such a temperament at such a young age, his future would be extraordinary. She couldn't help but worry. She'd always get rid of proud sons of heaven who didn't belong to her side as soon as possible. However, this was the poison sect, so she had some reservations and didn't dare to go too far. In her heart, however, she was grumbling. This great-grandson of hers was really something. Why did he provoke someone like Xiaoyang? Even if they couldn't be friends, at least they shouldn't be enemies. Of course, she also understood that it was impossible for Wu Hua to have a good eye for people. Originally, he had planned to punish Pavilion Master FO and then leave with no flower. Now that Xiaoyang had appeared and no flower was crying, it seemed that if he didn't teach Xiaoyang a lesson, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The old woman thought for a moment and narrowed her eyes. She released Wu Zun's unique pressure and aura, which swept out. She intended to intimidate Xiaoyang and let Xiaoyang know how powerful she was. It would be best if Xiaoyang took the initiative to apologize. This way, she could also put on a show of taking up the matter and gently putting it down. Both of them would have some face. However, when she released the terrifying aura unique to Wu Zun, it didn't scare Xiaoyang at all. Instead, it scared Pavilion Master Fo so much that he peed his pants. Senior, calm down, calm down. Pavilion Master Fo's legs went soft and he collapsed on the ground. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He shouted at the old woman, his heart filled with fear. When Wu Zun was angry, it was as if the mountains and rivers would collapse and the earth would shake. He couldn't afford to offend him. This made the old woman a little confused. She couldn't help but frown and look at Xiaoyang in confusion. Her original intention was to scare Xiaoyang, but no matter how she looked at Xiaoyang, he didn't seem to be afraid. On the other hand, it was Pavilion Master Fo who was looking for trouble. It didn't make sense. Xiaoyang, is what my great-grandson said true? How dare you lay your hands on my great-grandson and even kill his master? The old woman said coldly to Xiaoyang, her killing intent leaking out. Since Wu Zun's pressure and aura couldn't intimidate Xiaoyang, and since Xiaoyang didn't take the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize, then he had to be taught a lesson so that he would know how to behave. Wu Hua was so moved that he had the urge to cry. Wu Hua, the old ancestor, was finally going to punish Xiaoyang and avenge him. With gratitude and hatred, he said, "Old ancestor, yes, it's him. In the ancient clock of the poison sect's ancient pagoda, he was the one who stole my Saraira and stole my limelight, making me lose face. It was also this guy who slapped my great-grandson in the face at the vegetarian restaurant. Old ancestor, this guy is a 6th-level martial grandmaster. My great-grandson is useless and can't beat him. That's fine, but he even called Pavilion Master Fo to help him. Otherwise, how could my master have died? Old ancestor, you have to avenge me. Our Wu Hua clan can't lose face." Wu Hua cried with all his might. He was incomparably sad and pretentious. The old woman was speechless. If you're going to lose face, it's your desperate appearance. "Xiaoyang, what do you have to say now?" The old woman coldly reprimanded, as if she'd already determined that Xiaoyang had committed a crime and was waiting for Xiaoyang to forcefully explain himself. Xiaoyang sneered and placed his hands behind his back. He held his head high and puffed out his chest as he scoffed. "Everyone has the right to kill the traitors of the poison sect. What's there to talk about? Old woman, you're the one who dares to act so wildly in my poison sect with just a mere clone. Do you really think that the poison sect is easy to bully? This guy has good eyesight." The old woman had hidden the matter of her clone very well. There was a huge difference between a clone and the main body. In terms of cultivation, a clone only possessed 70 to 80% of the main body strength. Once the clone died, the main body wouldn't die. At most, the main body would be slightly affected. This was why cultivators in her past life were obsessed with refining clones. But even if they were clones, they were still Wu Zun's clones. For example, the old woman's current clone was enough to beat Xiaoyang to a pulp. So what if I'm bullying you? The old woman didn't mince her words. Her domineering and unreasonable personality made others think that she was here to cause trouble. If she spoke nicely and claimed to be reasonable, such as seeking justice for Wu Hua, others wouldn't think of her as despicable. But being so overbearing and unreasonable in the poison sect's territory was revolting. If the sect head didn't show up, she'd definitely lose the hearts of the people. Under the old woman's rebuke, she casually attacked Xiaoyang. At a speed visible to the naked eye, She pointed a few times in the air, and a wave of sealing power swept toward Xiaoyang. This force was soundless and invisible to the naked eye. It was hard to detect with one's spiritual sense, so one could only rely on their sixth sense or their own experience to determine it. Humph! You want to seal this young master's meridians and dantian? Dream on! Xiaoyang snorted, his eyes full of disdain. Others might not be able to tell, but he recognized the other party's technique at a glance. This was Wu Zun's unique technique. Xiaoyang had used it countless times in his past life, so how could he not know? You've spun a cocoon around yourself. Xiaoyang spat indignantly. Then he immediately formed a seal with both hands and performed the greater teleportation technique. The power of teleportation and the unknown power of rules were released from his body at the same time, instantly affecting Wu Hua. Chapter 570. Wu Hua was right behind the old woman, glaring smugly at Xiaoyang. His eyes were filled with ridicule, as if he wanted to see Xiaoyang make a fool of himself. But his smile didn't last half a breath before he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! As he screamed, his entire body was pulled to a different location. It was right in front of Xiaoyang, half a foot away. It was equivalent to blocking the spear for Xiaoyang. The moment he appeared, he was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? What happened? Why am I here? Shouldn't I be behind the old woman? When he saw Xiaoyang half a meter away, his expression turned bitter. Heavens! I don't want to fall into Xiaoyang's hands again. That'll be worse than death. He immediately wanted to run and hide behind the old woman, but he found that he couldn't move his legs, as if something was suppressing him. Of course, this was Xiaoyang's arm. He'd used his cultivation base 2 levels higher to forcefully suppress his opponent, forcing him to block the spear for him. Otherwise, how could he face the old woman's frenzied attacks? This old woman was Wu Zun. Wu Hua felt like he wanted to die. His face was filled with grief, and he couldn't help but cry. He looked pitifully at the old woman, hoping she'd save him. But the old woman was still in a daze. Heavens, I'm Wu Zun. Even if it's just a clone, it's still Wu Zun. A mere 6th level martial ancestor had calmly used my subordinate as a shield? Does he still have any shame? She'd thrown everything away. Her face was filled with humiliation as the rage in her heart soared and burned without end. At the same time, she was shocked. Since when did the poison sect have such a genius? How could he have the strength to fight against her? It was too inconceivable. No wonder Wu Hua lost to him. It wasn't unjust. Save me, ancestor. Sob, sob. Old ancestor, I've embarrassed you. I don't want to die. Wu Hua screamed miserably, with snot and tears running down his face. He was even more feminine than a woman. He didn't want to, but his previous life as a fugitive had scared him out of his wits. He really couldn't imagine what kind of terrible things would happen if he fell into Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang calmly looked at the old woman. The sealing technique used by the other party rushed over in the blink of an eye. It was only 3 meters away from Xiaoyang. Another 5 meters, and this terrifying sealing technique would fall on Xiaoyang's body. The corner of the old woman's mouth twitched. She suppressed the anger in her heart and let out a soft snort. She tapped the air with her finger again. That was the method to touch the sealing technique. With a few points of her hand, the sealing technique that was originally rushing over was immediately dissolved when it was about to touch Wu Hua. The old woman couldn't help but re-evaluate Xiaoyang. It seemed that this brat could see through the sealing technique. Not everyone had this kind of insight. It was too amazing, but it would be too much of a joke to make the Grand Wu Zun submit just like that. With a soft snort, she turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Let him go, or I'll teach you a lesson." She was truly enraged. Considering that this was the poison sect, she'd only wanted to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. But Xiaoyang's impudence had made her lose face. It would be strange if she let Xiaoyang off so easily. Come and get it if you have the ability. Xiao Yang proudly lifted his head and said to the other party, "So what if the other party was Wu Zun?" It wasn't like she hadn't seen Wu Zun before. She'd killed so many Wu Zun that she didn't even know how many times she'd killed. There were plenty of ways to deal with him, not to mention this was just a clone of Wu Zun. Besides, he'd learned greater teleportation and had Wu Hua as a hostage. What could the other party do to him even if she wanted to? What Xiaoyang didn't say was that this doppelganger would weaken over time. If Xiaoyang's guess was right, the old woman's clone must be hidden in a treasure on Wu Hua's body. Only when Wu Hua's life was in danger would the clone be activated. In other words, the old woman highly favored and doted on Wu Hua. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specially refined a clone to protect him. "You, how dare you!" The old woman's fury was unstoppable. After cursing Xiaoyang, she used the power of law again to subdue Xiaoyang. Earth Spirit Bind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the old woman's fingers tapped the air, black chains emerged from the ground and the void. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around Xiaoyang's arms and legs, immobilizing Xiaoyang. This was the power of rule force. As long as one knew how to use the power of law, one would be invincible and invincible. "Damn it, old woman, why aren't you letting go of me?" Xiaoyang was immediately annoyed. In this life, other than being threatened by Feng Shersen, what else could be more humiliating than this? Humph, a mere brat dares to show off in front of me after learning a little bit of greater teleportation. Do you think you're not courting death enough? The old woman sneered. She was a little proud. Previously, she suffered a little loss because she didn't realize that Xiaoyang had such ability. Now, she had completely controlled Xiaoyang. What else could Xiaoyang do? So what if he learned the art of great teleportation? In a situation where he couldn't form any seals with his hands, it would still be useless unless he had the ability to speak the law. "Xiaoyang, catch me. This time, I'll beat you to death and let you know how powerful I am." After Wu Hua noticed Xiaoyang's situation, he couldn't help but laugh. He was excited and overjoyed. When he was caught by Xiaoyang just now, he was really scared to death. He thought that he was going to fall in the hands of Xiaoyang. He didn't expect that Xiaoyang would have such a day. Finally, it was his turn to be in charge. He wouldn't be polite to Xiaoyang. When he was in the vegetarian restaurant, Xiaoyang slapped him in front of everyone. The bruises on his cheeks hadn't disappeared yet. Not to mention, Wu Hua still hated Xiaoyang for stealing his Saraira and limelight. "Xiaoyang, eat my slap. I'll let you have a taste of being slapped. Also, the Saraira on your body is mine, haha." Wu Hua grinned and approached Xiaoyang step by step. The two were originally half a meter apart, but after a few steps, they were even closer. He wasn't in a hurry to find the Saraira on Xiaoyang's body. After approaching Xiaoyang, he raised his large hand and wanted to slap Xiaoyang to vent his anger for his previous humiliation. However, when his palm fell, it didn't hit Xiaoyang. Instead, it hit the bird's beak. The bird's beak was a bit sharp. The slap fell without any hesitation and directly pierced his snow-white palm. Chapter 571. Ah, another miserable shriek came from Wu Hua's mouth. His hand was in so much pain. Looking up, his entire hand was covered in blood. That was not important. What was important was that there was a hole in his palm. The flesh on his palm was gone. Then he looked at Flamingo on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Flamingo was stupidly eating the meat. Ouch! Wu Hua felt even more pain. Oh my God, that was his meat. Damn bird, damn it. I'll kill you. Give me back my meat. This made Wu Hua feel both grief and indignation. His face was full of anger, and his face was distorted. The hatred and resentment in his eyes were extremely intense. This damn Xiaoyang was now entangled, but he still had the strength to resist. Pet beasts were also considered part of the master's fighting strength. Many people in the cultivation world recognized this. Goo goo goo. Flamingo cried out without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, it stared mockingly at Wu Hua. From time to time, it would turn its head, full of ridicule. This expression was very human. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. Wu Hua wanted to continue to teach Xiaoyang and Xiaoyang a lesson, but the pain in his palm was getting stronger and stronger. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He no longer cared about bullying others and focused his gaze and attention on his palm. Looking around, he saw a flame burning his palm. Hiss! So painful. No wonder the heart-wrenching pain in his palm did not lessen at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. It turned out that there was a flame burning. This damned flamingo. At this moment, Wu Hua's hatred for Flamingo was more serious than his hatred for Xiaoyang. Isn't it just a fire? I can extinguish it in minutes, Wu Hua thought. Thus, Wu Hua placed his burning palm on the soil and rubbed it constantly, trying to extinguish the flame in his hand. However, no matter how hard he rubbed, the flames on his palm did not show any signs of extinguishing. Instead, they burned even more vigorously. They continued to burn around his palm, as if they would not stop until they had burned his entire arm. This made Wu Hua start to panic. There was no other way. Since soil could not extinguish the fire, water could at least do the trick. He made a hand seal with his other hand and performed a water technique. Rainwater condensed from spiritual energy fell and poured on his palm. But the fire still showed no signs of extinguishing. At this moment, Wu Hua was almost desperate. Heavens, what kind of damned flame was this? It was actually so terrifying. How could it let people live? He wanted to cry again. Mud wouldn't work. Rain wouldn't work either. What about ice? Freezing him would do, right? Therefore, Wu Hua used a freezing martial skill to completely freeze his palm. Then, the flame on his palm was still burning and didn't stop at all because of the appearance of the ice. Be asterisk starred, Xiaoyang, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and extinguish the flames. Helpless, Wu Hua was completely desperate. No matter what he did, the flame on his palm could not be extinguished. His hateful eyes fell on Xiaoyang again, hoping that Xiaoyang could help. However, why would Xiaoyang help? Earlier, Wu Hua was shouting at Xiaoyang with a carefree expression. Now that he had fallen into a trap, Wu Hua was gloating and kicking him while he was down, so why would he help? You reap what you sow, Xiaoyang sneered with a look of disdain. Even if his limbs were entangled by the black chains, so what? You still can't do anything to me. If I want to deal with you, I can still do it with just a word. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel somewhat smug. He snorted and ignored the other party. This made Wu Hua angry to the extreme. But now was not the time to be angry with Xiaoyang. He snorted at Xiaoyang and said, I'll show you later. Wait until my ancestor helps extinguish the flame. Because Xiaoyang's limbs were restrained, the effect on Wu Hua's cultivation also dissipated. Wu Hua regained his freedom and ran to the old woman with a bitter expression. He raised his hand pitifully and looked at the old woman. He miserably said, Ancestor, Xiaoyang is too sneaky. Look, when I'm here, the flame can't be extinguished. Woo-woo, ancestor, you have to help me. The old woman was actually very disappointed with Wu Hua. Wu Hua was so flustered and didn't have any ability. He was really lacking compared to Xiaoyang. However, the other party was still her great-grandson and was related to her by blood. She could only pinch her nose and accept it. Don't move, let me take a look. The old woman's face was cold as she frowned. She carefully observed the flames on Wu Hua's palm. The area of the flames had expanded, and more than half of Wu Hua's palm was gone. Wu Hua screamed in pain. This is not fire, it is poison. No wonder earth, water, and ice can't break it. The old woman slowly said. As a Wu Zun, his knowledge and experience were top-notch. Naturally, he could see the trick with a glance. What? I'm poisoned. Oh God! Wu Hua was in disbelief. No matter how he looked at it, it was still a flame. But now he didn't have time to think. He couldn't not listen to the ancestor. He bitterly took out a detoxification pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Then he put some external pills on his palm in an attempt to extinguish the flame. However, the effect was very poor. At best, it could slow down the burning speed of the flame. It couldn't extinguish it at all. Left with no choice, Wu Hua had to beg the old woman again with a sobbing tone. The old woman sighed and thought to herself, "Why is this great-grandson so useless? He can't even do such a simple thing well. Moreover, he has been manipulated by Xiaoyang time and time again. How embarrassing." She had to say helplessly, "Forget it, I'll help you." Yes, she was a Wu Zun, so it was easy for her to deal with this poison. The reason why she didn't do anything just now was to test her great-grandson's ability. Of course, the result was disappointing. She pointed her finger in the void again and again. No one knew what kind of rule power she used. In less than 2 breaths, the flame on Wu Hua's palm was immediately extinguished. Even Wu Hua's palm was restored to normal. This made Wu Hua extremely happy. He jumped up and down on the ground. Then, with a face full of gratitude, he knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude to the old woman. This scene fell into the eyes of Pavilion Master Fo, Pavilion Master Lei, the other 10 Pavilion Masters, the 3 Elders, and the 2 Wuzun. Of course, they didn't appear and only watched from the sidelines. Although the old woman was a Wuzun and should have been paying more attention to her, it was the exact opposite. Instead, most of their gazes were fixed on Xiaoyang. It was as if this poison sect disciple could never tire of looking at him. The more they looked, the more they liked him. Chapter 572. One had to know that this guy had fought Wu Zun without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was simply unimaginable. One had to know that his current cultivation was only at the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Even the 7th level martial ancestor Pavilion Master Fo had been defeated in one move. From this, it could be seen how awesome Xiaoyang was. The poison sect master, who possessed Wu Zun's cultivation, was extremely shocked. He was also shocked by his disciple. Perhaps others might not have noticed, but he knew very well that when the old woman used the sealing technique, Xiaoyang had the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Xiaoyang knew that he wasn't the old woman's match, so he took advantage of the opportunity to move Wu Hua over to block the spear. It had to be said that this counterattack was very beautiful. Next was Xiaoyang's pet beast smite. Xiaoyang was clearly under the old woman's control. His 4 limbs were bound by the black chains, and he couldn't move. Seeing that Wu Hua was about to strut around and humiliate Xiaoyang, the poison sect master was about to step in to help. In the end, the flamingo coincidentally appeared and dealt a painful blow to Wu Hua, causing the old woman to step in once again. It had to be said that this second counterattack was extremely perfect. 10 points. Aside from the poison sect master, there was another person who could clearly see what had just happened. That was the newly promoted Wu Zun Scarlet Flame. Scarlet Flame no longer had the demonic nature on his body. He didn't give off the sinister aura that he used to give off. Now he released a kind aura from time to time, making him seem like a kind and amiable old man. As the second in the poison sect, Wu Zun was also displeased when he saw the old woman attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had done him a great favor, so he owed Xiaoyang a great favor. Naturally, he couldn't just stand by and watch as Xiaoyang was bullied. When necessary, he would definitely step in to help. However, every time he thought that Xiaoyang was done for and couldn't hold on, Xiaoyang would always do a beautiful flip. While it made people feel that his counterattack was beautiful, it also made Scarlet Flame somewhat depressed. Think about it. Every time he wanted to help, the other side would be dealt with as soon as he raised his foot. Thus, he could only endure and not be in a hurry to make a move. The first time was fine, but the second time was the same. Scarlet Flame's patience was almost exhausted, so he didn't want to deal with it. He crossed his arms and quietly watched the show. From the first time he saw Xiaoyang, he felt that Xiaoyang was unfathomable. He would definitely have some life-saving trump cards and methods. He couldn't be careless. Taking advantage of this opportunity to see Xiao Yang's depths wasn't a bad idea. As he watched, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes and revealing a thoughtful expression. He blinked and muttered, "Perhaps this child can defeat the old woman's clone." When this thought crossed his mind, he was shocked. Heavens, how could he have such a thought? One had to know that even Qi Yan was not completely confident that he could defeat the old woman. At most, he would be able to fight her to a draw. However, he actually had such high hopes for the 6th-level martial ancestor realm Xiaoyang. This was too surprising. When did Xiao Yang's impression of him improve to such an extent? Scarlet Flame took a deep breath and shook his head to clear his thoughts. He didn't want to think too much about it and just watched patiently. Even the 2 great Wu Zun of the Poison sect were shocked by Xiao Yang. Needless to say, the other 10 pavilion masters, 3 elders, and many pavilion elders all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief and almost slandered all 18 generations of Xiao Yang's ancestors in their hearts. They were 7th, 8th, and even 9th level martial ancestor realm existences. Yet they didn't dare to provoke the old woman. They didn't even dare to think about making a move. It was clear how much they feared the old woman. However, Xiao Yang was so weak, yet he dared to talk back to the old woman. He even dared to make a move against her. It was simply unbelievable. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Xiao Yang as awesome. At the very least, Xiao Yang had the courage and boldness that they didn't have. Just this bit of bearing was enough to make them submit. After their shock, their eyes lit up. They looked at Xiao Yang as if they were looking at a rare treasure. They were filled with greed, longing, and respect. One had to know that Xiao Yang Kai was already so outstanding at such a young age. If he was allowed to grow up peacefully, then his final state of growth would definitely surpass that of the old woman. He might even bring a revolution and development to the sect. Only a fool would not cherish such a talent with infinite potential. They were restless and couldn't help but reveal themselves to plead for Xiao Yang. Now was the time when Xiao Yang was in trouble. If they were willing to stand up for Xiao Yang, they would definitely engrave it in Xiao Yang's heart. The first to lose it was the Poison Pavilion Master. As the name implied, the Poison Pavilion Master was an expert in using poison. He could sense the lethal poison in Xiao Yang's body through his instincts, and it was likely that it was far more potent than his own. He erupted with his cultivation and executed his movement skill. Taking a step forward, he appeared beside Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. "Xiao Yang, are you all right?" This pavilion master came late. "But don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you." After appearing beside Xiao Yang, the Poison Pavilion Master immediately expressed his goodwill to Xiao Yang. Whether or not the Poison Pavilion could rise in the future would depend on Xiao Yang's help. As he explained to Xiao Yang, he rotated the power of his cultivation base and stretched out his hand. His hand was like a blade as it slashed toward the black chains that bound Xiao Yang's limbs. However, no matter how much force he exerted, the black chains formed from law energy remained unmoved. They continued to bind Xiao Yang tightly, causing the Poison Pavilion Master's face to turn ugly. He felt embarrassed. To think that he had said that he would help Xiao Yang. Now that he couldn't even remove the chains, what could he help with? Could it be that he really had to charge at the old woman? Heavens, the Poison Pavilion Master wouldn't dare. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare. That old woman was the great Wu Zun. Even if it was just a clone, the Poison Pavilion Master wouldn't dare to provoke her. Didn't you see that Pavilion Master FO couldn't even block a single move from her? If she hadn't shown mercy, he would have already gone to the west to meet Buddha Gautama. "Xiao Yang, these chains are quite tough. Just bear with it for a while. I'll definitely be able to break them." The Poison Pavilion Master smiled embarrassedly. This was truly too embarrassing. Xiao Yang was also speechless. He coughed dryly and could only persuade the Poison Pavilion Master. "Many thanks for your help, Poison Pavilion Master." I think you should back off first. That old woman isn't easy to deal with. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll accept your kindness. He had some goodwill towards the Poison Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master Xiao of Marshall City's Donglan town was the disciple of the poison sect's Poison Pavilion Master. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you still have to give face to the Buddha. Even if the Poison Pavilion Master didn't appear, Xiaoyang would still take care of the Poison Pavilion Master if he could. When Xiaoyang left Donglan town, Pavilion Master Xiao was afraid that Xiaoyang would be bullied in the poison sect. Chapter 573. That was why he'd given the special token to Xiaoyang. If he ran into something he couldn't solve, he only needed to reveal the relationship between the Poison Pavilion Master and Pavilion Master Xiaoyang. The Poison Pavilion Master would definitely take care of Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang had relied on his own efforts to latch onto the sect master's thigh and even had a good relationship with Scarlet Flame. Why would he need the Poison Pavilion Master's help? Thus, Xiaoyang didn't plan on revealing this layer of relationship. The Poison Pavilion Master was already embarrassed that he couldn't even cut through the chains. Now, Xiaoyang was telling him to back off and face the old woman's tyranny alone. How could he back off so easily? Losing face once was enough, but he couldn't lose face a second time. Thus, he righteously said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, what kind of person do you take this Pavilion Master for? I'm not someone who's afraid of death. Since I'm here to help you, how can I back off? If I have to die, let's die together." These were the Poison Pavilion Master's heartfelt words. The poison sect's upper echelons were watching. No matter what, he couldn't back off. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Besides, he didn't believe the old woman would dare to kill him unless she didn't want to leave the poison sect's world. Xiaoyang was even more speechless. He glanced at the Poison Pavilion Master in bewilderment before ignoring him. His gaze shifted to the old lady and Wu Hua. After having the flames on Wu Hua's palm extinguished by the old lady, Wu Hua had regained his arrogance. He walked over with his head held high, as though he didn't place the Poison Pavilion Master in his eyes at all. He walked up to the Poison Pavilion Master, stopping 5 steps away from him. Then he raised his hand and pointed proudly at the Poison Pavilion Master, harumphing coldly, "Old fogey, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too. I've always respected you as the Pavilion Master. But who do you think you are now?" No Flower said arrogantly. His face was full of arrogance. After hugging the old woman's thigh, his courage also increased by a lot. The Poison Pavilion Lord and the Buddha Pavilion Lord were both Pavilion Lords. If the Buddha Pavilion Lord wasn't a match for the old woman, then the Poison Pavilion Lord was no different. It was because of this that No Flower didn't put the Poison Pavilion Lord in his eyes. "Wu Hua, don't be impudent. Not only did you betray the poison sect, you even incited your master to do the same. Your master deserved to die, but you can't leave here alive either." The Poison Pavilion's sect master roared at Wu Hua with a stern expression. No one in the poison sect would be happy to see a traitor. Wu Hua sneered, not putting the Poison Pavilion Master in his eyes at all. Disdain flashed in his eyes as he said, "If you have the guts, why don't you try touching me? If you don't dare, then scram." He spoke arrogantly as he walked towards the Poison Pavilion Master. The distance between them was less than half a step. Their eyes met, their faces almost touching. However, the Poison Pavilion Master didn't make a move from the start to the end. Wu Hua waited for a while, but seeing no movement from the Poison Pavilion Master, he couldn't help but sneer again. With a snort, he cursed "Old Dog" and ignored the Poison Pavilion Master. He walked past the Poison Pavilion Master's body and continued on to the immobile Xiaoyang. The Poison Pavilion Master's grief and indignation reached the peak. His face was filled with rage, madness in his eyes, and blue veins popping out of his forehead. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this since he became Pavilion Master, much less a mere ant who was a traitor to the sect. "Wu Hua, you're courting death. The Poison Pavilion Master roared. He didn't care anymore. With a flip of his hand, he condensed a supreme poison and sent it smashing toward Wu Hua. His attack was vicious, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. How could he tolerate Wu Hua's humiliation? Even if he had to offend the old woman, he didn't care anymore. At worst, he would just die here. Even the ancients didn't bend their backs for 5 buckets of rice. How could he be inferior to a mortal? Fuck, this old thing is really attacking. Wu Hua sensed the danger coming from behind him and immediately panicked. After cursing, his expression changed greatly, and he immediately used his body movement to change and dodge. However, the Poison Pavilion Master had barely begun to move when he was sent flying. Wu Hua let out a sigh of relief. The difference between him and the Poison Pavilion Master was like heaven and earth. Many thanks for the ancestors' help. Wu Hua hurriedly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. In this predicament, the only one who could stand behind him and help him was the old woman. Xiaoyang, let's see who can save you now. Why aren't you going to die? Who told you to steal my limelight? Who told you to steal my Saraira? Who told you to chase me? Humph, I'll make you wish you were dead. Without the Poison Pavilion Master's obstruction, Wu Hua became even bolder. He roared at Xiaoyang with a ferocious expression and arrived in front of Xiaoyang in a few steps. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched at Xiaoyang's nose. He planned to humiliate Xiaoyang first. If he killed Xiaoyang like this, it would be letting him off too easily. Goo goo goo! Fiery Bird shrieked a few more times, and its body suddenly expanded, forcing Wu Hua to retreat. Although Fiery Bird was just a pet beast, its cultivation was far superior to Wu Hua's. It only took a blink of an eye to deal with Wu Hua. Wu Hua jumped in fright. His legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. He never thought that this damned Fiery Bird would be so large and its aura so terrifying. He was only a 4th-level martial ancestor and could not withstand Fiery Bird's ruthlessness. Livestock, you dare to scare my Wu Hua family? You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The old woman snorted and released a trace of Wu Zun's terrifying aura with a cold expression. Fiery Bird was instantly frightened. Then the old woman used some unknown power of law to throw Fiery Bird away like a metal ball. The old woman was so overbearing, unreasonable that many members of the poison sect could not stand it any longer. The remaining 8 pavilion masters revealed themselves one after another and stood in front of Xiaoyang. They wanted to protect Xiaoyang and shelter Xiaoyang from the wind and rain. Standing at the front were Pavilion Master Lei and Pavilion Master Jian. Their faces were gloomy as they reprimanded the old woman. The 3-year agreement hasn't even ended yet, and you're already planning to tear it up? You really don't put our poison sect in your eyes. The poison sect realm and Tianzong realm bordered each other. Unfortunately, the poison sect realm was weak and bullied by the Tianzong realm. That was why the poison sect realm had been forced to guard the borders of the continent. It was also because they'd been chased here that the Tianzong realm had stopped bullying the poison sect. However, this had originally been an agreement. Now, the Tianzong realm's Wu Hua family ancestor was planning to break the agreement in the face of the world. It was no wonder the 10 pavilion masters were so angry. After all, guarding the borders was a thankless task. If a fire broke out in the backyard at this time, wouldn't the poison sect be forced into desperate straits? It would be strange if the poison sect was willing to do so. They'd definitely turn hostile. Chapter 574. The old woman narrowed her eyes with a dark expression and snorted. I'm only here for personal matters and have no intention of breaking the agreement. I'm only here to seek justice for my great-grandson. What? Is there anything wrong with that? There was nothing wrong with an elder taking care of the younger generation and standing up for them. Was it wrong for the poison sect to kill a traitor? There was nothing wrong with that either. Since both sides were in the wrong, how should they resolve the conflict? The 3 elders flew over and sneered. Since it's a private matter, it's easy to talk about it. This is the poison sex world, and you're not welcome here. Go back where you came from. Secondly, Wu Hua is a traitor of the poison sect. According to our rules, it's only right to kill traitors. Murderous intent swirled in the old woman's eyes. As Wu Zun, she had never been afraid of crowds. She snorted and said, "My great-grandson's master was killed, and my great-grandson was almost killed as well. Then, should I take revenge for my great-grandson or stop those people who killed my great-grandson?" Logically speaking, both sides were in the right. This was going to be a little difficult. The poison sect master couldn't sit still either. This matter needed to be resolved, and only he had the right to negotiate. His position in the sect was unique, and his words were final. He arrived in front of the crowd, and they bowed to him. He sneered and said calmly, "Since you're not in the wrong, and we're not in the wrong either, let's see whose fist is bigger." The poison sect master didn't fear the old woman. She was just a mere clone and couldn't even hurt his disciple, much less him. He took 2 steps forward, releasing a majestic aura that locked onto the old woman. He said, disdainfully, "I'd advise you to think this through. This is the poison sect. The poison sect manages its own affairs and doesn't allow outsiders to interfere. Once you do, you might be held responsible for it." Everyone in the poison sect understood this principle. All traitors had to die, and no one was allowed to interfere, even if that person was Wu Zun. The old woman's expression fluctuated. It was just as the poison sect master had said. This was the poison sect, not a place where she could act as she pleased. Once the poison sect's wrath flared up, this clone of hers would definitely die here. It wasn't easy to refine a clone, and once it was lost, it would affect the main body, so it was best to cherish it. Wu Hua's face turned ugly. He really didn't expect that Xiaoyang would have so many people protecting him. Damn it. No matter how he looked at it, this Xiaoyang was more or less the same as him. Why was Xiaoyang so popular? The sect must be biased, he thought viciously. His heart grew more and more unkind as his malice towards the poison sect grew. "Ancestor, I don't think it's a good time to take revenge today. Why don't we wait for our great-grandson to succeed and settle the score with them personally? What do you think?" Wu Hua shouted at the old woman. He was not a fool and knew when to advance and retreat. The entire poison sect wanted to kill him. It was already good enough that they were able to protect him. How could he still hope to take revenge? Revenge was impossible, and even escaping would be difficult. Wu Hua was very worried about this. The old woman's expression was still uncertain. However, she had to admit that what Wu Hua said made sense. If the 2 sides completely fell out, it would be difficult to walk out of here. From the start, the poison sect had held back and only watched from the sidelines. The old woman was the same. She hadn't planned to kill Wu Hua from the start, which showed that both sides were apprehensive and wary. She took a deep breath and revealed a rare smile. Looking at Wu Hua with gratification, she said, "Very good. It's rare for you to be so sensible. Then let's go. When you grow up in the future, you can take revenge on your own." The poison sect was far from being able to compare to the celestial sect. Once Wu Hua returned to the celestial sect realm, he would have the support of the Wu Hua family's resources. His cultivation speed would definitely be faster than it was here. That way, the poison sect's geniuses would only be able to hang him up and beat him. The old woman had no doubts about this. "Yes, ancestor," Wu Hua replied proudly, then raised his head and walked proudly towards the old woman. He looked so amazing that it was as if no one dared to provoke him. "What do you take my poison sect for? You think you can come and go as you please? Did you ask for my permission?" At first, the scene was silent. Most of the poison sect members were silent because they tacitly agreed that the old woman and Wu Hua should leave. But when this faint voice echoed through the air, everyone couldn't help but turn to look. Xiaoyang had spoken, his expression indifferent. Before, They'd relied on Wu Zun's support to threaten to kill him. Now that his backer was here, what right did they have to leave just because they said so? Did they get my permission? That was what Xiaoyang was thinking. He'd already thought it through. Excluding the 10 pavilion elders and 3 elders, he only needed to fight his master. Wu Zun against Wu Zun, and he against Wu Hua. He was 100% confident that he could beat Wu Hua to death. Oh, can't I leave even if I want to? Do you want me to stay for dinner? The old woman sneered as she stared disdainfully at Xiaoyang. She was a strong person to begin with and had supported Wu Hua's revenge from the very beginning. She'd even made a move against the poison sect. Now that she was willing to let go of her grudge, she'd already compromised. Did this Xiaoyang want to court death? So what if we've shed all pretenses of cordiality? Do you think Xiaoyang, will be afraid of you? Xiaoyang snorted. He was also a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. After the poison sect master untied him, he regained his freedom. Then he used the greater teleportation technique. The power of teleportation burst out and engulfed Wu Hua. In an instant, Wu Hua was in front of him. He reached out with one hand and easily grabbed Wu Hua by the neck. Then he stared coldly at the old woman and sneered. Now, what move do you have? As Xiaoyang mocked, he reached out and slapped Wu Hua hard across the face. The slap reverberated through the air, loud enough for everyone to hear. Wu Hua couldn't help but scream in pain. He clutched his stinging cheek and glared hatefully at Xiaoyang. At the same time, there was fear in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoyang was his nightmare. He didn't dare provoke him. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor. In Xiaoyang's hands, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to struggle. He could only cry out pitifully at the old woman with a pitiful expression. What a useless thing, the old woman thought angrily. They're both young people of the same age. So why is there such a big difference? Forget it. No matter how useless he is, he's still a member of the Wu Hua family. I can't just abandon him. The old woman narrowed her eyes, releasing a shocking, murderous intent. Her gaze paused on Xiaoyang and she said with a baleful aura, "Brat, you're courting death." It was no wonder that he was so angry. It was fine that her great-grandson was useless, but this damn Xiaoyang was only a 6th-level martial ancestor. Yet he kept jumping in front of her and challenged her authority. How could she tolerate this? Chapter 575. The first time he had taken Wu Hua away when she was not paying attention. That was one thing, but the second time was the same. What did this mean? This meant that she, the dignified Wu Zun, could not even protect one person? Furthermore, she was facing Xiaoyang, who was only a 6th-level martial grandmaster. This was intolerable. Wu Zun's dignity could not be blasphemed. Anyone who dared to blaspheme would only have one outcome, death. The old woman had been merciful when she attacked Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang had provoked her time and time again. She felt that there was no need to be merciful anymore. After snorting softly, she tapped her finger repeatedly in the air as if she was borrowing the power of the rules. Xiaoyang saw her technique and felt that it was very familiar. That's right, she was using a binding technique. Xiaoyang could not help but be shocked. He snorted softly and revealed a ruthless look in his eyes as he shouted, "You forced me to do this. You want me dead, right? Then I'll kill your great-grandson first." As soon as he finished speaking, his cultivation instantly erupted. He wanted to pinch Wu Hua to death. He was going to go all out. If the other party did not give him a way out, the hostage in his hand would be useless. There was no need to show mercy. However, just as he was about to kill Wu Hua, the old woman used the power of the rules on Xiaoyang's body. Similarly, for black chains condensed from the ground and the air and directly restrained Xiaoyang's hands and feet. It was in this short moment that Wu Hua was saved. Otherwise, Wu Hua would have died at Xiaoyang's hands first. How dare you, old woman? Do you think this old man is a vegetarian? How dare you humiliate my disciple? The poison sect master could not stand it anymore. He roared and tapped his finger repeatedly, as if borrowing the power of the rules. The black chains wrapped around Xiaoyang's body were instantly cut off. Xiaoyang regained his freedom. The poison sect master did not stop there. He was still using the power of the rules. A huge axe condensed in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. It glowed with resplendent light and released astonishing power as it chopped towards the old woman. The old woman's pupils shrank. She snorted and tapped her finger in the air. In an instant, a huge golden shield appeared in front of her and blocked the axe's chop. The old woman beckoned with one hand, and the limp Wu Hua flew into her hand. She roared at the poison sect master. You dare attack me? Don't you want your wife? I'm telling you, if I don't, I'll be buried with you. The old woman flew into a rage out of humiliation, but there was nothing she could do about it. She was in the other party's territory, and since she couldn't beat them, she could only admit defeat. If the other party was willing to let him go, even if he admitted defeat, then he could only use the other party's weakness to attack. It just so happened that the poison sect master's wife was trapped in the sky sect. The poison sect master's expression changed at the old woman's words. His movements stiffened and he withdrew his attack. His expression was one of longing and pain as he fell silent. The 10 pavilion masters and the 3 elders were all stunned, and then they chose to remain silent. They were filled with guilt and self-blame regarding the matter of the sect master's wife. The only reason the poison sect had been able to survive until now was all thanks to her. Although the poison sect was in charge of 10 major cities and looked insufferably arrogant, they had their own difficulties. On one hand, they had to guard against the sky sect's bullying and annexation. On the other, they had to guard the borders against the invasion of the ghost realm, beast race, and Yao realm. Their responsibilities were heavy. It was precisely because the sect master's wife was a hostage in the sky sect and the poison sect was willing to guard the borders that the sky sect hadn't launched an all-out war. Otherwise, with the 3 great Wu Zun, the sky sect could have swallowed up the poison sect at any time. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. The old woman sighed in relief when she saw that the poison sect master, the 10 pavilion heads, and the 3 elders had stopped attacking. She wasn't willing to leave with her tail between her legs, so she left behind a few harsh words. Sect master. The 3 elders and 10 pavilion heads all turned to the poison sect head, their expressions helpless and pained. The poison sect master waved a hand, indicating for them to be silent. Then he slowly said, "Let them go." Of the 3 great Wu Zun of the sky sect, one of the Wu Zun was the old woman in front of them. If they really destroyed the old woman's clone, the old woman wouldn't let the sect master's wife off easy. The poison sect master was an affectionate man, and the sect master's wife had sacrificed too much for the poison sect. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he didn't want her to be hurt. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, hadn't expected this to happen. He was a little embarrassed. He'd almost done something bad. Just thinking about it left him with lingering fear. No wonder the poison sect master wanted him to cultivate greater teleportation. As long as he reached the 3rd level, he'd be able to move anything within 100,000 feet. He'd even be able to move mountains, lakes, and seas. This meant that the terrifying power of teleportation was earth-shattering and indescribable. If he could comprehend the 4th level, he'd be able to shift heaven and earth. This was practically a peerless realm. This cultivation method was too terrifying. For the sake of his master's wife's safety, Xiaoyang also fell silent and endured. He could only watch as Wu Hua and the old woman left. He was very unwilling to accept this, but he could only harden his resolve to cultivate properly and strive to comprehend the 3rd level of greater teleportation. He also wanted to cultivate to the level of Wu Zun. That way, the poison sect wouldn't have to fear the sky sect. Wu Hua, let's go. The old woman sighed in relief when she saw that the 10 pavilion lords, 3 elders, and the poison sect master hadn't made a move. She called out to Wu Hua and led him away. She laughed sinisterly, feeling the delight of her scheme having succeeded. Judging from the poison sect's attitude, she knew that leaving the sect master's wife as a hostage was a wise choice. The poison sect would definitely hesitate to act. Xiaoyang, just you wait. I won't let you off. The next time I see you, I'll tear you to pieces. Humph. Wu Hua was led away by the old woman. Their figures disappeared from sight, but his venomous voice could still be heard clearly. His hatred for Xiaoyang had reached an unparalleled level. It was likely that Xiaoyang had already become his goal. Xiaoyang pursed his lips and shrugged, looking indifferent. He didn't take the other party's threat to heart at all. Even if there were 10,000 rookies like Wu Hua, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. I'll wait for you. You'd better not make me wait too long, or else I'll come looking for you. Xiaoyang was fearless and even shouted in the direction they'd left. When Wu Hua heard this, his face turned pale and he almost spat out blood. He'd seen detestable people before, but he'd never seen someone so repulsive. Master, this disciple is going to cultivate first. I need to seize every second to avoid being bullied by others. Chapter 576. Xiaoyang hurriedly bowed to the poison sect master. He then turned to the 10 pavilion heads and 3 elders. Many thanks for your help, elders and pavilion heads. Xiaoyang will remember this in his heart. Farewell. He unleashed his cultivation and left in a hurry. He didn't head for the sect head's peak, nor did he plan on going back to cultivate. He felt that there was something more important he had to take care of, and that was to prevent the old woman from leaving so easily. Humph. Who would have a good ending after offending Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang headed for the Buddha Pavilion's Buddha Mountain. He knew that Red Flame was there. Sure enough, when he reached the ancient pagoda, he saw Red Flame sitting cross-legged, reading scriptures. This bastard! I sensed him watching the battle at the foot of the mountain, but he came back so quickly. Xiaoyang slandered him. Martial nephew, you were looking for me? Red Flame didn't turn around, but he already knew that Xiaoyang had come. Xiaoyang wasn't surprised by this. That's right, I was looking for you. It just so happens that there's something fun to do. How about it? Do you want to do it? As smart as Red Flame was, he didn't know what Xiaoyang was talking about. He was a little curious, but also a little reluctant. If he followed Xiaoyang and messed around, he'd have to bear the responsibility. He could only ask, Martial nephew, tell me, what is it? Red Flame still remembered Xiaoyang's kindness, so if it wasn't too difficult, he'd help. He mulled it over for a moment, then suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. As expected, Xiaoyang said, the poison sect is already willing to let the old woman go. If she's destroyed along the way, the poison sect will have nothing to do with it. Do you understand what I mean? Red Flame shuddered. Only Xiaoyang dared to think of such a thing. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to chase after the old woman and kill her clone. Thinking about it carefully, Scarlet Flame felt that this was a good idea. Almost everyone knew that the poison sect only had one Wu Zun and was easy to bully. As for Crimson Flame's newly promoted Wu Zun, neither the old woman nor the celestial sect knew about it. If a Wu Zun came out of nowhere and killed the old woman, the celestial sect wouldn't be able to cause trouble for the poison sect. As expected of Martial nephew. Let's go now. If we're late, we won't be able to make it in time. Scarlet Flame immediately pulled Xiaoyang away. He was very keen on this matter. People who had reached Wu Zun's level of cultivation were able to do things according to their hearts. If they wanted to do it, they would do it. If they didn't want to do it, they wouldn't do it. Good, as expected of Martial Uncle. Let's go. The 2 ill-intentioned fellows snuck out of the poison sect and arrived at the foot of the mountain. After inquiring about the old woman's whereabouts, they hurriedly chased after her. The old woman was in the middle of leaving with Wu Hua. not daring to linger for fear that the poison sect would change their minds. After all, this was poison sect territory, so it was best to be careful. As they sped along, they kept their guard up. After half a day, they were already far away from the poison sect. Wu Hua saw how tired the old woman was and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Ancestor, why don't you rest for a while?" "Shut up. You want to rest in someone else's territory? Do you want to die?" The old woman scolded him. She couldn't help but feel uneasy about this matter. Her left eyelid kept twitching, a sign that there was danger ahead. She had always trusted her intuition. At Wu Zun's level, intuition was very sensitive. Wu Hua felt aggrieved at the scolding, but he didn't dare retort. There was no helping it. After all, she was the ancestor and his savior. She was also the powerful Wu Zun, so he could only listen. How could he complain? However, he didn't agree with the old woman's view. In his view, the poison sect had tacitly agreed to let them go. Add to that the fact that they had the sect master's wife as a hostage, and the poison sect wouldn't chase after them. Why would they need to be so cautious? It was simply superfluous. Of course, he didn't dare to say such things out loud unless he was tired of living. After traveling for a while longer, the old woman still felt a threat. It was as if that feeling hadn't disappeared at all. She couldn't help but wonder if she was being paranoid. She released her soul consciousness and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no unnecessary people or dangers, she heaved a sigh of relief and put Wu Hua down. She reminded him, "Rest here for a while. Don't run around, lest something happens." She was only a clone, so she needed to rely on magic treasures and spirit energy to maintain her peak state. She had been using up spirit energy since she appeared, so she was very weak now. She needed to find a place to recuperate and recover her cultivation. She found a secluded place, arranged a simple formation, and began to cultivate. Wu Hua sat nearby and waited for a while. He glanced at the old woman, then continued to wait. After waiting for half a cup of tea's worth of time, the old woman was still cultivating. He lost his patience. "I won't run around. What could happen? There's no one around here," Wu Hua muttered to himself. Wu Hua muttered to himself and then left the place, intending to find some wild fruits and water. He wasn't a well-behaved person to begin with. Now that the old woman was busy recovering, no one could control him. He left without a sound. Not long after he left, two figures appeared nearby. It was Scarlet Flame and Xiaoyang. Based on the traces and auras they left behind, they should be here. There's no mistaking it. Xiaoyang's divine sense spread out to check the changes in the surroundings. He came out quietly this time and didn't let the sect master, pavilion master, or elders know about the situation. He had to do this secretly. Scarlet Flame was also searching. His search range and efficiency were higher than Xiaoyang's. After all, this was Wu Zun. It didn't take long for him to notice something unusual. His eyes glowed as he chuckled. He glanced at Xiaoyang and signaled to him, saying softly, "Found it." "Really? Where is it? Why can't I see it?" Xiaoyang's eyes were a little excited. He came here to cause trouble. If he lost them, it would be too much of a failure. Who told the old woman and Wu Hua to be so annoying? Otherwise, Xiaoyang wouldn't have chased them all the way here. "Look over there." Scarlet Flame pointed in one direction and motioned for Xiaoyang to look over. Xiaoyang looked over. Everywhere he looked, it was empty. There wasn't anything in sight. However, his divine sense was sharp, and when he scanned the area, he noticed something unusual, and that was the flow of spirit qi. There was obviously a spirit qi vortex in that location, which meant that someone or a demonic beast was cultivating there. The reason he couldn't see it was probably because of the existence of a formation. Although Xiaoyang wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, he knew a lot about them. It was difficult to deceive him. Chapter 577. Just as he was pondering how to break the formation, Scarlet Flame spoke up. "That old woman is right there." Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to think about it. Since he'd confirmed it, he might as well do it. Let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up. Xiao Yang slowly said, That's what I was thinking. Wait for me here. I'll take care of her alone. Scarlet Flame said. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the old woman. Glancing at the old woman, he didn't care whether the old woman had noticed or not. He closed his eyes and used his psyche to borrow the power of the natural order to form the Vajra avatars. There are hundreds and thousands of them filling the sky. These angry Vajras seemed to treat the old woman as an evil pet. They reached out, gathered supreme Buddhist power, and slapped her. Who is it? Hiss. Damn it. When the old woman sensed the commotion, she immediately stopped cultivating and opened her eyes. She released her divine sense and immediately sensed Scarlet Flame's existence. At the same time, she also saw the sky full of angry Vajras. She cursed, her mood terrible to the extreme. She hadn't expected that after asking the poison sect for help, another unknown Wu Zun would appear. When did the poison sect realm become so dangerous? Fellow Taoist, please help. I'm one of the 3 great Wu Zun of the Sky Sect. The old woman hurriedly explained. Although she was only a clone, it wasn't wrong to say so. She was no match for Wu Zun right now. If she forced herself to fight, she'd only be beaten. However, Scarlet Flame didn't listen to her explanation at all. He increased his strength. He'd come here to kill the old woman. Rays of Buddha's palms condensed from Buddha's light bombarded the old woman's body. The old woman screamed in pain. The defensive shield she'd condensed using the power of laws was broken. She was covered in wounds, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. They were both Wu Zun, but it depended on who had more laws and who knew how to use them better. Clearly, a mere clone couldn't compare to Scarlet Flame. Pooh! In just one exchange, the old woman suffered a heavy blow. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and her aura became weak. She staggered, and her mind was blank. She almost fell to the ground. She hated Scarlet Flame to death. Of course, she didn't know who Qi Yan was. She just hated this reckless man who attacked her as soon as they met. Scarlet Flame had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with her. After severely injuring the old woman with a single move, he once again unleashed his trump card. Using the power of rules, he condensed Buddhas one after another. Countless scriptures appeared, lingering in the surroundings. Various 7-colored Buddhist lights also appeared, enveloping the surrounding area. Then a loud and majestic chanting of scriptures rang out, constantly shaking the old woman's mind. The old woman continuously coughed out blood, as if she had suffered a great blow. Her body was enveloped by Buddhist light and began to burn. She let out a miserable scream. No matter how one struggled or used the power of laws to resist, in the end, it was inevitable that they would fall. Done, it's over. In mid-air, Scarlet Flame looked at the scene in front of him and clapped his hands in satisfaction. He then converged his cultivation and slowly descended, landing next to Xiaoyang. He glanced at Xiaoyang and smiled. Let's go. Xiaoyang nodded and followed Scarlet Flame out of here. He also saw the old woman fall with his own eyes. This clone was gone. As for not finding Wu Hua, Xiaoyang didn't care too much. Even the old woman was killed. How long could a mere Wu Hua jump around? If he dared to appear in front of Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would definitely make him regret it. Sky Sect, the Wu Hua family's underground cultivation chamber. An extremely angry old woman roared. An entire underground chamber shook. A lot of smoke and dust were shaken off. Who is it? Don't let this queen catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. She was the ancestor of the Wu Hua family, the old woman's original body. Refining a clone wasn't easy. Losing it would also affect her, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that her clone had been destroyed by the poison sect realm. This was a great humiliation. The sky sect realm had always been ahead above the poison sect realm, so she didn't put them in her eyes. However, this place she looked down on had been destroyed by her clone. How could she tolerate this? Damn you, Wu Hua! If it wasn't for you, idiot, how could my clone have been destroyed? I'll show you when you come back. The old woman roared again and again. She was infuriated and transferred all of her hatred to Wu Hua. At this moment, Wu Hua was eating wild fruits. He'd plucked quite a few and drank his fill by the river. He was carrying the fruits and water back to show filial piety to his ancestor. However, when he returned to his original position, he didn't see the old woman. He couldn't help but panic. Something couldn't have happened, right? The fruits and water in his hands fell to the ground one after another, but he didn't notice. Instead, he looked around at the destroyed vegetation. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. It's over, it's all over. That was Wu Hua's first thought. Given how much the old woman doted on him, she wouldn't have abandoned him if she was still alive. Now that she was gone, there was only one explanation. She'd been destroyed. Heavens! Wu Hua broke out in a cold sweat at the thought and panicked even more. He was glad that he'd left just now, or he would have died along with the old woman. It hadn't been easy at all. Sob sob. He really wanted to cry for the rest of his life. After crying for a while, he began to search the surrounding 300,000 meters. After confirming that the old woman was truly dead, he took to his heels and headed back to the Sky Sect territory. He was truly afraid. Previously, he didn't listen to the old woman's advice. She told him not to be careless in the face of danger, but in the end, he didn't take it seriously. Now, the old woman had paid the price with her life. He was extremely regretful. The Poison Sect. Sect Head Peak. When the Poison Sect Master returned to the peak, he couldn't find Xiaoyang anywhere. He couldn't help but frown. Didn't that little bastard say he'd come here to cultivate? He looked like he was going to work hard when he came back, but where was he now? It was obvious that he'd been tricked. In that case, where did Xiaoyang go? He couldn't have gone to cause trouble, right? The Poison Sect Master panicked. He immediately sent out a transmission jade slip to contact the 3 elders and 10 pavilion lords, telling them to find Xiaoyang. Less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea later, he finally found a clue. A disciple guarding Buddha Mountain's ancient pagoda had pointed it out. Xiaoyang and Qi Yan left the Buddha pavilion. The Poison Sect's upper echelons jumped in fright. Damn it, that little bastard must have gone to take revenge on the old woman. How worrying.